Thank you and welcome. I'd like to begin with our acknowledgement. We are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pay respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Oki, and welcome. Thank you. So I'd like to begin with our approval of the agenda. Craig?
I'd like to make a couple of an addition and a deletion to the approval of the agenda before we start.
Okay.
I would like to table item 8.6 till a later date. And I would like to add 11.5 under reports, the Public School Boards Committee Council. And then I would approve the agenda as amended.
11.5 was Public School Boards Council.
Council, yeah.
Okay. That's a report.
And 11.5. Public School Boards Council meeting.
Okay, and you've made the motion to approve the agenda as amended. Are there any other amendments? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried. Next is approval of the minutes. Those are in front of you. I have one question. I just got to scroll to it. So in the minutes, it just after item 6, it says Tyler rejoined the meeting at 3:15, and I'm just curious as I don't see anywhere in the minutes that says that he left the meeting. So I'm just wondering if we have a time point where he left so that he could rejoin the meeting.
He was on Teams, so he dropped off and I didn't see till he jumped back on.
Okay. Are we able to get an approximate just from looking back at the recording so that... Okay. Just so there's record of what he may have missed on the agenda. I know that he was there for a great portion of the meeting, so. Okay. Okay. Just so that we have record of that. Perfect. I appreciate that. And are there any other errors or omissions? So if I could have an approval to approve the minutes as amended, Christine, and any further discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried. Next, there's no business arising from the minutes, so we'll move on to our first Associate Superintendent report, Christine, for business operations.
I'm going to just talk about a few things from my report. A couple things that are not there. So under facility services, well, really proud of the facility services team and our caretaking and maintenance staff who handled our very first major dump of snow and taking care of our parking lots and making sure our sidewalks and whatnot are safe. So that was great. Maybe we'll just have a cold winter from now on and no snow, but I doubt that. We have 8 caretaking staff that are going through their boiler certificate, APSA 5th class power engineering certificate of competency. And we had in November, we had 4 who've passed that to receive their certification, and that was Tammy Sutherland, Carly Drysdale, Karen Burla, and Dean Seymour. And then we have 4 more that are likely writing in December, and so we wish them luck as well. And we have some news. Our coal banks modular units, so the classroom and the washroom unit, are now complete and built. They're built. And so now we're just waiting for to get cold enough so the ground firms up, and then we'll make arrangements to have those delivered on site and then be fit up and be ready to go. So they probably won't be ready till sometime in the spring because it does take, once we get them, it does take a while to get them put together, and also to make sure that when they come, they've got everything they need, like windows, because sometimes they come without windows. So when those are done, They're a little later than we wanted, but now they're built, so we know they're coming. Finance, not going to talk about that because you're going to hear lots about finance in this board meeting. Occupational health and safety, we're always at this time of year reminding all our staff and students to watch when they're walking. It's icy out there, not right at the moment, but I'm sure it's going to come again, and just to walk like a penguin. Technology, we always have lots on the go in technology, and one of the exciting initiatives that has gotten some great buzz right now in the division is the Lego Challenge. Marvelous feats of engineering, and so that's gone out, that contest, and students and their classes have till February 28th to put their submissions in. And just like what we had the Minecraft challenge last year, this is similar, but this is Lego and actually building Lego feats of engineering. So pretty excited about that. Under transportation, we have a new, what we call an online boundary tool that's in the transportation area where people can look up where their boundary school is and whatnot. Well, now this boundary tool will pop up a boundary map, and a parent can put in the grade that they're looking for, and the school will pop up, and then they can click on the area they live in and find out what school they are. So it's just we have a variety of tools for parents to figure out where their nearest boundary school is, and that one's a new one, and we get that through Berger software. And then the other item I wanted to highlight is that planning is underway for the Innovation, Creativity, and Entrepreneurship Showcase that will happen in March. And we've started fundraising for that. And to date, we have $11,000. And so if you know anybody who wants to donate to the ICE scholarships, just put them in touch with me, and we'll be more than happy to let them know what those sponsorship opportunities look like.
And is that showcase in the evening or daytime?
It is. It's at 7
Evening.
o'clock at night.
Perfect.
It'll be in the Chinook Media Theater. A little different than in the past. We're going to have the plan is for some displays of some innovation from our students. Show a very engaging video that'll be created by our own Gareth Simmons on student innovation and some great things that are going on in our division. And of course, also highlight our sponsors, because without them, we wouldn't have our ICE scholarships. So yeah, it'll be, I think, a fun evening. There might be some refreshments. That's it for that part of the report. Or any questions?
Jenny and then Craig.
For the Lego Challenge, are they competing for prizes or awards, and is it done at school levels? How is it?
Yeah, there's going to be prizes. There's actually they'll probably have, I think it'll probably have different levels for the prizes. That they usually do that. They usually give a prize to elementary, middle school, and high school, that sort of individual team, that sort of thing. And then there's a rubric that says how they're judging the actual contest. So it's up on the web as well. Yeah.
Craig.
In your capacity on schools, core is the original building, right?
Yes. So when we do this, and I do this because I'm trying to emphasize to Alberta, because this is the format I put in our capital plan, emphasize to Alberta education that although you give us modular buildings, which are thank you, we appreciate that, it does put stress on our core facilities. So yes, core would be the core building as it was originally built and intended. And then as we add modular classrooms, you start to stress that core space, right? Your gymnasiums, your learning commons, so a good example in here is you see Coalbanks. Coalbanks is our best example for this. They're sitting at 202% core utilization. Sorry, 218, looking at the wrong column, but their actual utilization is 107%. So I've also requested 4 more modulars for Coalbanks in this next modular capital plan. And so the 218 is they've got double the student population for their core space. And so, when if you go into Coalbanks, you'll see their band rooms being used as a classroom. Part of their learning commons is a classroom. Part of their other spaces that were considered breakout spaces are used as classrooms. Versus if you go and look at Plaxton, brand new school, still growing. They've got a wonderful maker space and art room, all these things that Coalbanks originally was supposed to have for you to utilize for those kind of things, but now had to turn into classroom space. So that's sort of the
And then it puts stress on the gymnasium alone. Because
absolutely.
now you might have to be combining phys ed classes.
Yeah, the school gets very creative in how they handle phys ed. They how they time it, and yes, they can divide it up into various spaces. Sometimes, yeah, just very creative.
Okay. The other question I have is, I know we have the ice competition, but do we, and especially with the latest government on the pushing of the trades, do we ever have a showcase of our students in trades that people can go and see what those kids create? It would be, I think, eye-opening to see some of the wonderful things that kids can do in woodworking with foods. So do we do that, or is it up to each school?
Yeah, that would typically be a school endeavor. We do at a division level and through Chinook Regional Career Transitions, although it was counciled last year, engage in the regional competition in the trades areas, right? And that's called anyways, the regional we engage in the regional competitions and showcase that piece. Schools, I know when I've been at some of the different events in schools, also showcase trades areas or trades things. Like when I go to, mind you, it's been for a couple of years, but I'll say in the past when they've had showcases, often their trades products will be displayed as well as Chinook, Churchill. So yeah, I guess it just depends, but that's not to preclude that. I mean, there's always different ways of doing things.
Well, no, I was just wondering if our schools would do that, if we could just get that information to the trustees so we could go and see those kind of things, because I think that's valuable to see the amount of creativity and innovation that our kids do in woodworking and automotives and welding. So I would just encourage maybe letting the schools know that we were interested.
Jenny and then Christine.
Just going back to your capacity and enrollment chart here, how is capacity determined? So when we're over capacity, what is, that's not like what kind of a capacity is that?
Well, when they build a school, there's they design it for a certain number of students, and they use a formula number of kids per classroom. On average, it's about 25 per classroom. And so when you build a school with so many classrooms, so many instructional spaces, they determine its capacity. So Plaxton, for instance, its opening capacity was 600 students. And then as we add modulars, we add a modular classroom is also designed for about 25 kids. So then you add, 25 as we go. So it's based on instructional spaces. It doesn't necessarily, we talk about capacity, doesn't include the gym or the breakout spaces. That's not part of necessarily capacity, because they're not necessarily meant to be instructional spaces. But as a school as we outgrow their school due to population growth, and we have to start taking over some of those spaces, then that's where you get those population pressures. And we just take over whatever space we can as we need to, like Coalbanks is a good example.
Thank you. So we're not at any position where these schools, I'm just looking at this poor Coalbanks at 200% capacity. We're not in any safety concerns, fire capacities, things like that.
And that's core capacity. So we do have the modulars. So the modulars put them at 107. So I use core capacity and then total capacity. So core capacity was the original design of the school to students. So that's where you're getting the 218% for Coalbanks. And then we've added a whole pile of modular classrooms. So their actual capacity is 107. So at this point, no, there's no fire concern. Now, if it was 210 was the total capacity, we'd have an issue. We wouldn't be able to add any more kids to that school. 218 is core. Total is 107 because we've added modular classrooms. Yeah. So, and we're hoping to get 4 more. I've asked for 4 more for that school. Just so you know, so the board is aware. I did send a letter to Alberta Education a couple weeks ago requesting, putting in a proposal for planning funds for a West Side study. So because West Lethbridge is kind of all over the place with regards to number of modular classrooms, the way where enrollment patterns are. We've got a new school coming on, and possibly we need a new school in the future, probably sooner than maybe land will be ready. We have modular classrooms that are what we call relocatable classrooms in Mike Mountain Horse that are nestled within newer modular classrooms. And they're becoming end of life. So there's all kinds of little problems. And so, or not problems, but just uniquenesses to West Lethbridge. And with the growth that's likely to continue, we wanted to see if the government would fund an independent study of West Lethbridge with all its little pieces and the number, because we had, I think I calculated 1,625 modular class student spaces in modular classrooms in West Lethbridge. That's like 3 schools. And so it really is about a study to take a look at all the various components. Is there other solutions than a new school? Or is there the case that we need a new school absolutely now? And where should that be? Is there partnership opportunities? That sort of thing. So put in for that funding to see if they'll fund the study. And because I think it's an important one for West Lethbridge.
Christine. And then I have Craig and then Christina.
Thank you. 2 things. One was a response to Craig talking about the trades. Just so the board is aware, with the ICE scholarships, we've gotten quite a few trades-based projects that have been submitted. So that's just good to know. They're absolutely included with this, and we do have some very gifted students. So that's just another way that their talents are showcased, and some of our students have businesses with their work, which is really exciting and encouraging. So I just wanted to respond to you with that. The question I have is in regards to the online boundary tool. I think this is really fantastic. In previous years, we've hosted the Realtors Association, and we've connected with them and given them information. Is this tool being passed out to realtors in the area? Because I know that they've said in the past that they always appreciate this information.
No, but that's a fabulous idea. There's a couple things on that page we could point them to. So, yeah.
Craig.
I can't remember. I know. Christine, are the modulars, let's say something happens and kids move away from a school that has modulars, can those modulars be reused in another school, or are they just a one thing only?
The modular units, not the relocatables, because relocatables are almost like a attachment to a school. But the modular classrooms, yes, we can apply to have them move to another school. Traditionally, we've never needed to because we've grown into them as we've taken them off and whatnot. Like we have a few excess right now, but I don't believe they'll be excess for very long. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's something we keep an eye on.
Yeah. Christina.
First, thank you so much for the report. Always very insightful. Couple little questions. Permission click. Do all parents now have to get things virtually for field trips, or is there still a paper option?
Usually there's a paper option as well. Yeah. And this is done. We use them mostly at high school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just know the use of Power School has been a challenge for some families. And for your presentation about international travel risk, I know that we talked a bit about this at the last board meeting. Would it be possible to share with us, maybe just even in an email of slides, about like what types of risks are explored, just so we understand?
Oh, sure. I can send you the PowerPoint that I shared with the school travel.
Sure. Yeah.
That was from our insurer. Yeah.
Perfect. That'd be great. Thank you. Oh, sorry. And then the last one was the joint use executive meeting. Just wondering if the recent municipal budget deliberations impacted this, like the shared use.
No.
Great.
So I would like to say a huge thank you as well to the staff that are out shoveling our walks and getting all the shoveling and winter needs taken care of, because I know that they had a huge dumping at once, and then this week I think we're going into more, and so appreciation to them. Also an appreciation out to our busing company Southland for navigating, and our drivers for navigating and getting our kids to school safely through these winter conditions. And I've heard success stories of our students still arriving on time with very few delays at all. So huge appreciation out to them. So thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions. I'm guessing they're just a quick answer. When you have on your meetings, worth noting is the Winston Churchill and Vic Park generative dialogue, as well as the Patterson and Wilson generative dialogue. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Oh, sure. So, executive council and some of the directors, we sit in on what we call generative dialogue pairs between schools. And so, each administrative team at a school will create a generative question of something that they want to delve in to help improve student learning in many cases, or there's some important initiative. There's lots on thinking classrooms. A particular Vic Park is on, for instance, their generative question is about an authentic alternative school experience. And so when they meet with their generative dialogue pairs, they question each other on their questions. So they have their generative question, ask them about strategies, measures, how's it going? And through those conversations, they also support each other, gain insights, their curiosities. And so as when executive council sits on those, we sometimes take notes. Sometimes we also ask questions. I get to ask sometimes questions about instructional items from a point of not knowing, because I'm not a classroom in-school educator. And so they're quite informative, and it helps them kind of and even showcase to each other some of the great things they're doing through their inquiry questions.
So are all, I know you have highlighted 4 schools, are all schools paired up in that way?
Yes, they're all
Okay.
paired up. I think Cheryl, they pick their pairs, or do you sometimes? Because Cheryl helps facilitate that.
I used a process that first I asked them for their opinion on process, because of course, if you just if you just have people pick, and then of course then you've got perhaps some that aren't necessarily matched in terms of what it is they're exploring. So they let me know, do they have a preference who they get partnered with? Do they know a school that's endeavoring to have the same inquiry as them? So yeah, it's sort of a mix of back and forth.
Thanks, that's great to know. Seeing no other, I will move on to the next item is your enrollment and utilization chart. I know you have touched on a couple of points. Was there anything you wanted to add? Okay. Any further questions on the chart? Jenny?
I was almost done, but we started talking about something else. Just the Agnes Davidson, I know that being our French immersion school, with it being over capacity, are we still able to continue to grow our French immersion program there? Will that school look at modules, or will we look at, how are we gonna?
Oh, it's actually sitting at a nice utilization at 74%, because it has modulars on it. Its core
Okay.
capacity is 117. So, but it's actually nice. It's got some room to grow. And so then we'll just keep an eye. If it starts to grow even further, then we start to ask for modular classrooms for that.
So we look more at the total area.
Yeah, the total area. The core only is really because I use that chart in our capital plan to emphasize the pressures created to Alberta education when we are adding modulars onto our school, because it does put pressure on other areas.
So when it says that the core is at 117%, that is more bad.
It's because we have modular classrooms on a core school. Yeah.
I see.
And so, yeah.
Okay, thank
And
you.
the core schools sometimes core schools are built with modulars,
I
so
see.
sometimes they're not. So,
Okay.
so a good example of that is in our new Gary Station School. The Gary Station School will open at about a 580 capacity without modulars, but then it's anticipated to grow to 900 with 12 modulars. The capacity of the core spaces are built for a 900. So it will, as I add modulars, I won't be adding that it's stretching the core, because the core will be built to take on
I
that
see.
capacity.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Any other questions on the chart? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your department and all the work you guys do. Moving on to instructional services, and Morag's not able to be with us today, but Cheryl's gonna help us.
Right, and so the report was distributed to you in hard copy. And so a few areas that instructional services has been focusing on, the whole healthy nutritional choices. And I know that the wellness committee is, working with schools to sort of, I guess, reignite, reinvigorate, reawaken sort of that attention to healthy eating, health and wellness, and sort of paying attention to what it is that we're bringing into our schools. Physical education wellness planning, that the physical education and wellness was one of the curriculum newly rolled out from grades kindergarten to grade 6. And so I know that Morag and Karen have been working on supporting the implementation of the new curriculum through professional learning and resources. The Alberta Education Mental Health Grant, you'll see that also under my report, but I'll talk about it now. We received notification that, in fact, we were successful in receiving our grant. We had put a grant in August. The province had announced that they were infusing some funds in the province to support mental health. Part of the criterion, you'll see that in my report later, is that the project had to be innovative. It also had to be scalable. In other words, is it something that could be implemented elsewhere at a reasonable cost? And so we will be piloting from this December 2022 until December 2024. It's in my report, the dates, but it's 2 years. It's 2 years worth of funding, and so we're pretty excited about that. It focuses on digital wellness education, and certainly the research and the foundation for exploring this area is that our schools are increasingly working with dealing with trying to manage mental health issues or lack of wellness that is due to digital communication among youth, with youth, and as well as among adults, with adults and youth and adults. And so that whole safety, as well as how youth manage digital interactions with one another. Learning visits, more like the rest of us have been visiting schools. And as she points out, really refreshing to do after not being able to do that as much in the past. We've got the donation from United Way there, trying to ensure students who require access to basic necessities such as feminine hygiene do not have barriers to that. So thank you to United Way. Dual credit, we've talked about dual credit before, and certainly, we're fortunate to have the college rollout of ambitious program, curriculum and instruction. We recently had Ron Richard with our cultures of thinking and thinking classrooms as part of our division-wide professional learning. And other than that, the learning loss funding came in, yay. So finally, for our intervention, I don't know if we're going to get that going before Christmas. I think, as I've been working with Karen, that we'll probably I don't know, might roll that out in December. Tyler.
A couple questions about that one. That was one of my questions. So that actually, in my mind, that makes way more sense. I don't understand why we would start something on December 9th in the last week before kids during Christmas. I don't know what they're paying attention to. And even if they learned anything, I don't think after 2 weeks off of playing video games,
I think what we might do is get our assessment pieces done, right?
Okay.
So when all the students that are involved in the boost program, those teachers that we hire will have to have a pre and a post assessment. And so, Mike, you've been working with Karen, I think, on timelines for hiring. I think I
That would
might
make
have that
sense
right,
then. If we
Tyler.
did, we're
Yeah.
just doing an assessment.
But, and
yeah.
then the full, and then the program go into full operation after
Okay,
Christmas.
and then that was
right?
my question. I found the wording a little confusing there. So how many are we now gonna have 7.5 FTE? Or are we just gonna have one FTE for people doing this for the 16 weeks?
Oh, we will have, that is, yes, we will have 6 people, six
okay.
human beings for that period of time, implementing the program.
And would these be, are these people off the sub list, or where do we, because they're not in permanent contracts, right? These are temporary contract people, or what do we got here?
Yeah, they are temporary. They're actually technically probably interim contracts, but they have an end date on them.
Okay.
So yeah, you'll get some people from the sub list. We've got some people that are on temp contracts that are ending around Christmas time that will certainly apply for these positions.
Okay.
That sort of thing. And then you get the odd, you get somebody who just moved into the city, they're a teacher, their family has moved, and so those sorts of things. Yeah.
That amount of money is not correct on this report. It'll be on my report, and it's got the more than 29,000.
Craig? You need to turn your mic on, Tyler, if you're talking. Sorry.
Yeah. So, anyways,
Craig?
anyway,
Just
well,
a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
On the donations from United Way, they say contact the counselor or student support worker. Does every one of our schools have a female counselor or student support worker that the young ladies could go to? I think they might be a little embarrassed to go to them.
yeah, yes, they have a female counselor or support worker.
So there is
yes,
some
there's a female that they can
Okay.
go to. Yeah.
And the second question I'd like to ask is, I'm glad we're getting dual credit courses going, but and I can't remember, we probably talked about this, but it would be nice to find out how many of our students are involved with the apprenticeship program in high school, so that when they graduate, they've created 1 or 2 years, which is also like dual credit. And could we get maybe at the next meeting or in January, get a feel for how many students are involved with that?
Absolutely. I have Andrew report to the board on that once a year, right? In terms of
Yeah, and I
our
can't
registered.
remember, yeah.
Yeah. And
It'd just be nice. And I noticed that when the government keeps talking about, and maybe you could answer this, Cheryl, collegiate high schools, which is a little different in my mind, because I lived in Quebec. It's almost like a cégep, where you combine high school and university or college together for an extra year. But could you just explain to the board what the government means by collegiate high schools?
actually, it's interesting because certainly there was a recent meeting with government on them trying to provide clarity as to the meaning of collegiate schools, because they keep changing the definition of collegiate schools. So in the concept of collegiate schools rolled out a year ago. The original concept was that it was a separate facility focused on development of trades, right? And so their concept was that, for example, NATE and or SATE would develop partnerships with the school divisions and establish a facility where students could have access to the trades and sort of have that pathway to. It's my understanding that that has not come to fruition for a variety of different reasons. It's been redefined, and now they say, well, maybe it can be a different facility, maybe not a different facility, maybe it can be in a facility that exists, maybe not. The requirements are that it focuses on pathways to employment. So they've sort of expanded it a little bit beyond trades, with an emphasis on the trades, but pathways to employment, and that there has to be a school division, post-secondary institution, business and industry involved in that. And they're not offering money for, they're not offering capital money. They're not offering what there is right now is a grant for $50,000 if you get approved to the business plan development stage. Right now, we've got the 6 school jurisdictions in the Southwest here. We're working on a plan with the college to submit to Alberta Education, hopefully for approval of $50,000 for a business plan to bring forward. And so if we do get approval for that, then certainly I'll bring that to the board in terms of the concept that we have in terms of working with the college on a collegiate, and we're sort of challenging Alberta Education's thinking a little bit in this, stretching it a bit, because they're not necessarily seeing how 6 school jurisdictions can work together on this. But of course, that's the one way it'll be viable over time in Southern Alberta, is for 6 school jurisdictions to work on this together.
So a follow-up, is that, like I read it in the paper and I was surprised, but it was I can't even remember, but it was the fire department working with 6 school divisions for the day. Is that part of this plan?
That would be one piece of, no, not really. That was just a dual credit opportunity. So that's not part of collegiate,
Okay.
right? The collegiate has not been established in Southern Alberta, right? It would be a formally recognized, approved collegiate program. And yeah, the word collegiate is one that has different connotations for different people. But no, that fire program is part of dual credit.
Okay. And I thought it was great that we had 6 divisions with students doing that, which just helps the society.
I think that's all for Morag's report, unless you've got
Sounds good.
questions for me.
I think people have asked the questions as we have gone. So the next is the fast forward year-end report. Are you good to do that? The fast forward? It's in our package.
It's in your package. That's an annual report that goes to the board. And let me just do some high level comments. And then, certainly if you've got questions, I'd be able to answer those questions. So Fast Forward has been in place before my time in Lethbridge School Division. It's been in place prior to the whole high school redesign, high school completion initiative. And it was, and at the time, Lethbridge was incredibly, and still is, visionary in terms of what kind of programs can we put in place to support students who don't finish high school for whatever reason that may be. And so Nikki Kale, of course, programs are the people, just like I'll say for Andrew Kroll, who's our off campus, I'll say the same for Nikki Kale, who is the one who works with Fast Forward. She is passionate about, first of all, finding the students who haven't finished high school. So every single fall, she goes through, the records in terms of who graduated, who didn't graduate, who was enrolled with us, who wasn't, does an active search for these young men and women who dropped out of school or didn't complete school, not necessarily dropped out for whatever reason. Sort of brings them in. And then the delivery of that program is through whatever fits with their personal circumstance. So Fast Forward is about bringing students back in, what traditionally have been called dropouts or non-completers, bringing them back in, helping them make a plan for high school completion, and sometimes it's one course, whether it's, it might be that a student failed a course in grade 12, they think they're done and don't even really go online and pay attention or realize that they're, because if they didn't need their high school diploma for the purpose of whatever it is that they transition to in adulthood. And certainly helps them with pathways to careers or post-secondary employment. Often she'll connect them with learning through Victoria Park Alternative High School and or other schools, depending upon if they have a specific pathway they want to take. She'll work with them to link to the college or to the university and or to Andrew Kroll for off campus. And so really it's just a really proactive program in engaging really who would typically be students who were done and didn't graduate from high school. So the stats are in there. So we had 67 students who earned 767 high school credits. So it's exciting that 33 were high school diplomas and one was a certificate of achievement. And so that would be 33 individuals who otherwise would not likely have high school diplomas. And so that's certainly interesting. We can, it's 13 years. There it is right there in red, 13th year. And we can keep scrolling, Kristen. We talked about the student demographics. So there's a chart there for you. We've got, and 7 of them 20 years and older as of September 1st, 2021. So we do have 7 individuals who we wouldn't necessarily, that not necessarily, we would not be getting funding for. But we do that, we bring those individuals in the program because it's just simply a important moral and ethical responsibility to those young men and women who didn't finish high school, and where we can fit them in and help them. Now, if we had hundreds, I mean, that would make a difference, but certainly those who come to Nikki, come to Victoria Park, who are of that age, and that if we think we can help them out in terms of completion, we do so. So 7 of those would have been unfunded, 60 of them would have been funded. So if we keep scrolling. What makes it essential? Well, we've sort of talked about that. The door is never closed. In other words, we never say never, right? And so actually we've had individuals in their 40s and 50s complete high school through Fast Forward, because we never say never. We had that's right. We never say never, and anything's possible. And that's sort of what Fast Forward has always been about. And it's to help individuals and support the academic and career goals of individuals. So we can keep scrolling. What makes it successful? I know it's great. You can read through that. I'll just say really what makes it successful is that people care. That's what makes it successful. People care, and it's individualized. So in other words, life circumstance is recognized. If someone has children, if someone's working, if someone has other commitments, if someone learns in better ways than others, all of those personal circumstances are checked out, and the program is individualized. And we can keep going down. We can keep going. Yeah, I think that, in a nutshell, and again, often the program is the person, and Nikki Kale for sure, as well as the staff at Victoria Park, right? And what they do for accommodating the learning of those individuals is really critical. Mike, sorry, you had a...
I just wanted to make a comment that further down on it, it also states that as of this time, so November in the year, that the Fast Forward program already has as many registrations this year as they did in the entire of last year. So it really is about those relationships and getting out there and getting these students to be doing.
And not a surprise with post-COVID. I think that we're going to have a very, very busy program for for sure this year, and then probably moving into next year. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, Mike.
No, that's great. Actually, it's almost like we planned that. That segued perfectly.
Perfect.
Last meeting, Christine had asked a little bit about returning grade 12 students, that sort of thing. And so I think Fast Forward really captures a lot of that story. Just generally, so you know, Lethbridge School Division. So, back in 17-18, we had about 73% of our students graduated in 3 years. And this last year in 21-22, it was 80%. So we're seeing around, between 75-80% of our students graduate in 3 years. And then we looked at some of the numbers of returning grade 12 students. So in the funded events system, they're listed as year 4, year 5 students. And so in 2020-21, we had 104 4- and 5-year students. In 21-22, we had 90. And then in 22-23, we had 108. So not a huge change, but to that last point, that is a really good one. Those numbers are captured on September 30th. And with a program like Victoria Park in particular, it's continuous intake. And so we're going to have lots of people come in after September 30th who are looking to pick up some classes here and there. So, because there's a lot of things. One of the examples that was given to me by administrator is we have, when COVID hit, students were given unallocated credits to help them graduate. And those are great, and they were able to graduate, but they're finding that if they want to get into a particular program, college, university, wherever, they need specific classes. So they might need, math 30-2. So they're coming back for that. So yes, they had the credits, but they need that specific course. So we'll probably see a bit of an increase in the next couple of years in those types of requests. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fast Forward continues to be busy in that regard.
Craig.
So, but just to follow up on that, so a grade 12 student who at 18 finishes grade 12 but lacks something, and they want to come back for a fourth year, super senior, are they considered Fast Forward, or are they just considered that they want to continue their education? So the Fast Forward kids are ones that maybe have dropped out of school in grades 10, 11, just so I have a better definition.
Kind of basically students who need to continue their school, right? And so Fast Forward may have some of those individuals who have graduated but need a course, right? It really a lot depends upon their life circumstance, right? And so certainly our high schools will take care of a student coming back and are flexible enough to do so if the student has a flexible enough life to come in and take Chem 30 wherever and whenever possible. Our high schools are very open and do accommodate that. But that's not to say that a student who graduated high school couldn't come back and do fast forward to get a class or Victoria Park. It's individualized.
Thank you.
Andrea.
I just wanted to say I so loved reading this report and how it made me so happy. And I just love that it says we want you and how that can be life altering for students. And so I so appreciate Nikki Kale and Vic Park for the work that they do. Really nice to read this.
Christina.
Yeah, completely echoing Andrea. I think Fast Forward is like one of the shining achievements of this division. So our regards to Nikki and the folks that support Nikki and her students. From a board perspective, I would love if there is ever feedback from Fast Forward before the budget, just about any trends. Obviously, 67 students means 67 reasons why high school didn't work for them in the first place. But if there are any through lines, I assume it is coming through in the high school asks for budget. But if there's any more information about how the board can support and ensure that that's a priority, so that would love Nikki to not need to work. Like it'd be great if everybody had the chance to finish the first time, and understanding more about what that would need from the board.
Craig.
So it's my understanding that Alberta Ed covers funding for students up to the age of 19, but not over 19, or do they? The old school act kind of said that kids could come to school till they were 21, but Alberta Ed gives out what? Funding for up to a certain age?
I thought it was they have to be age 9. We can look it up in the Education Act, but certainly not 21.
Yeah.
And there's different funding levels as well, whether a student's 3rd year, 4th year, and so forth, 5th year, right? And so it's a tiered funding system for depending upon how many years the student has been in high school.
Okay, so this could be, I guess I'm looking at advocacy with Alberta school boards and public school boards as an issue that as we come out of COVID, we might be having more overage kids trying to catch up or finish, and the government needs to recognize that as part of their funding. And so that might be something that we might want to start looking at as an advocacy model from our board to the other 2 organizations.
Okay. And I would say to look first to see, because there's probably already a position statement in regards to funding students past that age of 19. But I don't know off the top of my head for sure. So yeah, that's something we can certainly look at in the future. So seeing no other comments, I just would like to echo the comments in regards to thanking to Nikki and her team, and Victoria Park is highlighted in here as well. And then just a huge congratulations from our board to these students for every accomplishment, whether it was that they received a credit, 5 credits, they had their high school diploma or their certificate of achievement. It is all a great accomplishment. And as a board, we appreciate all that, that you came back and did that work. So congratulations.
I found the Education Act. Oh, crap.
No, we need the funding manual.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, is there?
You need the funding
Okay. All right, then I won't worry about it.
Okay,
Just
Craig?
quickly, could we, because we're thanking them here, is it possible to put it on our website, a congratulation to those people that have used Fast Forward to graduate? I think that would be a recognition that they're not expecting, and I would feel comfortable that when the public goes on there that they would see that recognition and the importance of this program. To both the staff and the students, but the recognition that we have children that have come back and have graduated, and we recognize the hard work that they do and overcoming circumstances to finish their opportunity. I think that would be a wonderful PR thing on our website to congratulate all of those students.
So perhaps what we could do is have Garrett do a story on Fast Forward, the program.
And with that, make sure that there's the congratulations from the board. Awesome. Thank you. So moving on to our next item is human resources. Mike?
Okay, everyone's been waiting with bated breath for the human resources report. So here we go. And I'll just hit some of the highlights. Just on the first page, just wanted to make note at the bottom there. If you could just scroll down a bit, please, Kristen. I mean, you can read the the onboarding and all that sort of stuff. But I just want to say a big kudos to Rhonda and Stacy for the work that they've been doing with caretakers and head caretakers and facilitating professional learning sessions. Really greatly appreciated. Lots of positive feedback coming from that. And then also a big thank you to Katie and Jolene for their work with the Division Administrative Assistants and providing some professional learning on how to use the leave system more effectively, that sort of thing. So yeah, just wanted to give a kudos to them. And then if we can scroll along here, thought we would share with you a little bit of data. We met last week with a representative from ASEBP, and that's Alberta School Employees Benefit Plan. And they provide benefits for many of the teachers and education staff across the province. And they provided us with some really interesting data that they've collected. This isn't all the data, but it's kind of summary of some of the key points that we thought you might be interested in. This data was collected in 2021. And so just so you know, where it says Lethbridge School Division, that's about 1,286 covered employees. When it says ASBA Zone 6, so that's kind of the south area, that's about 6,500 employees. And then where it says ASEBP, that's all the covered members for ASEBP, and that's about 50,000 people. So, 57,000 people. So just so you know the numbers that we're dealing with. So you can see some of the employee demographics here in terms of split of teachers and non-teachers. We're very similar to the South Zone. You can see ASEBP has a little bit of the 57,000. There's a bit of a different split between there's more teachers than there are non-teachers. You can see we tend to be a little bit younger in terms of average age than both the zone and ASEBP in general. So that was interesting information. We don't need to spend a whole bunch of time. You can read the charts, but you can see the breakdown of age distribution. And interesting the way that age is distributed. And when you go to the next page, when we look at leave breakdowns, you're going to see if you look at maternity leaves, we have a higher percentage of maternity leaves than the zone and the province, which probably correlates back to having a bit of a younger staff, that sort of thing. So there are some through lines there. And then you can see the different leave percentages. In terms of medical leaves less than 90 days, we're pretty similar to the zone and to ASEBP. In terms of medical leaves longer than 90 days, we're a little bit lower than the zone and the rest of ASEBP. In terms of employee family assistance plan usage, we are lower and have traditionally been than the average across the province. That's a number we'd actually like to see come up, and that's something that we're going to do some work purposely to start to address that, and just to make sure people know the supports that they have in place. It really is a fabulous program, and it is not just for our employees, it is for employees and their families. So when we give you numbers about the usage, it's not only our employees, like I say, it's families. And then you can see below, we thought it might be interesting for you to just get a sense, well, what do people use EFAP for? And you can see the numbers. So counseling is by far the biggest one, just under 75%. Life Smart coaching, we'll talk about that, and then some supports for depression as well. In terms of life coaching, there's three kind of top areas. Legal advisory, so people can get legal advice, at least some initial legal advice, things for stress, and then nutrition. So yeah, really interesting data, gives us an interesting snapshot into our staff and into kind of how we compare to the rest of the province and the zone. So yeah, it was really interesting information, and wonderful that ASEBP pulls this data together for us. Like, we can pull some of this data, some we can, some we can't, but it's nice to have the data for Lethbridge School Division, but have it sitting beside the rest of the zone and the province. When you get a 57,000 person sample size, you got a pretty good sample size to compare to. So yeah, that's it for me, unless there's questions.
Craig?
So ASEBP, they still do not have Calgary under them, do they? Now, Calgary has their own, so
I think Calgary
I
does
mean,
their
that's a
own
big
thing.
chunk of teachers and support staff that could actually skew that, but Calgary hasn't joined ASCBP.
Yeah, I think they're big enough that they kind of can do their own benefit plan. Yeah.
Andrea?
Under the family assistant plan usage, our usage is quite a bit smaller than ASCBP. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I don't know is the honest answer. And certainly in my previous divisions, I felt the usage was low as well. Maybe it wasn't though. Maybe it was on par. I don't know. You know, it's certainly something that I think some of it is just a communication tool that folks don't always. We certainly try to do that, but one of the things we're going to do is redouble our efforts and make sure that people are aware of the program and what all it entails and who can use it. I also think it's something that, I mean, if you go into our HR office, you'll see brochures everywhere for EFAP, that sort of thing, because we do try and promote it. I think the other thing is people tend to access the EFAP program when it's timely, when they need it. And that tends to be the nature of sort of that program. So yeah, the question is, why are we not at that, 9 to 10% range where we're more, hovering between 3 and 6? And I don't know, but I think one of the things that we can do as a division and as an HR department is just to communicate more about it. We think we've got some plans for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's good. Not seeing any more questions. Thank you. So next we are on to board priorities report. Cheryl.
And always the information is there for you. Again, the purpose of the priority report to the boards is keep the board apprised of the things that are happening across the school division to support the priorities of the board on, especially in terms of the individuals, the administrators at central office level who are trying to make sure that they attend to what those priorities are. And so if we take a look at the priority of governance, and of course that falls under the board, as well as, of course, the work that we do on the board's behalf in terms of connecting with other organizations. So we've got some collaboration going on there with different industries. We've got inclusive education, of course, who works strongly with other support, the support industry across the city. And we've got some hosting of different events, as well as connecting with our English second language families. And board team Lethbridge went to a training session in September. And we've got other types of things happening throughout the division. And so we had, and I don't know, I'm skipping quickly because we've read through, I know that you read through a lot of that, just some highlights. So on the second page under experiential learning, including secondary initiatives, we had over 200. And actually, I remember when I typed that in, and I was at an event at Winston Churchill last week, and he said over 300 students were in the 2 nights. So Garrett, you're shaking your head. Yes, we're part of the Try a Trade event that was hosted the evenings of November 22nd and 23rd. So that's amazing to be able to network with that many trades and industry and the individuals in those trades and industry businesses spend an evening of their time to be with young men and women, and also to make sure that they had something that was engaging and hands-on that they could experiment with. So that was really exciting. And so, I'm excited about an early learning program. I'm on to the next page, a new stay and play program that will be operating out of, and so that's sort of a drop-in, which is exciting. So parents will just be able to sort of drop in, stay and play, and that's for the parents to stay and play with their children. And so excited about sort of building that capacity about what are some things that parents can do to engage with and play with their children. And I've already talked a bit about Indigenous education, wellness. So I'm going on to the next page, and diversity international program. And so certainly the international program has really grown And it's interesting. We do have we contracted for provider Canada Homestay to look after the homeschool, but our staff, Tricia in particular, is the sort of the guardian in Canada with them. And so we're taking a look at, she's been fairly busy with 89 teenagers and making sure that everything goes smoothly for them. And so she's been quite busy for sure. And we're looking at for next year, do we have a different system of guardianship in as a school division? And we had administrator professional learning is outlined for you, as well as teacher professional learning. And we've got cross-ministry initiatives that are outlined there for you as well.
Craig.
Questions?
Well, I would just like to add something under governance, and I just think it's an oversight, but we had a board representative that attended the Public School Boards Association general meeting in October, and also the Public School Board Council meeting in November. And I think it's important to note that under our governance because we belong to that organization. So I just pass that on.
And so what we can do is change the nature of the report, because right now I have staff who report into here, right?
Okay.
Because this is a report to the board.
Okay.
But certainly if you would like the board to contribute to that as well, because this is a report to the board in terms of what are we doing as staff to support the priorities of the board. But certainly we can have if someone wants to volunteer on the board to sort of contribute if there's things that are happening in the governance area
Okay,
as well.
thank
Or did that typically falls under the board chair's report?
Okay. Thank you.
Christina.
I do have a few questions, but I'm not sure about the time. I know we have presenters.
We're good for now.
Okay.
Yep.
I was wondering under the diversity tab. Thank you for this. This is such a busy time. Oh my gosh, you guys are so busy. I was just wondering if there's any continuing work on the Positive Spaces Committee or initiative, because I know that was mentioned in September on the work plan, and I just wasn't sure if there was continued work there. And these may be more ones, and I can chat later.
There is, and that's
Yeah.
under Morag's umbrella. I know she's on
Yeah.
that committee, but I
Yeah.
know that
Okay.
there is work happening.
Okay.
And so I'll make note, Christina, that maybe we give you an update in December. Where
Sure.
are we at?
Yeah,
with
if you don't
that?
mind, just from the work
I'll-
plan there.
Yeah, we'll make note of that. We'd like that.
Sorry,
as
I
a
feel like
report.
probably a few of my questions are more questions, but
Yeah.
I had a question about the stay and play. Love it, great. Just wondering, I guess how is it related to the early learning outcomes? It just curious. It's
I can answer that a
it's very
I-
innovative. So I'm curious.
It
how
is
fits in.
innovative. I can answer
Yeah.
that a little bit for sure. And so certainly all of our early learning programs are very play-based and use the building brains as foundational in terms of the types of activities that we engage our children in, our toddlers and our children. And so the drop-in really is also using the brain-based, play-based philosophy. And parents, when they drop in, will learn about the staff there, will learn about teach and engage parents with their children in those kinds of activities so that the parents can learn how. So it's a drop-in that's really focusing on building parent capacity, parent guardian caregiver capacity, as much as engaging the children.
Sorry, thank you. I appreciate that. And then for the ESL lead teacher, Carmen, attended the SIOP, the Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol training, is what I believe that stands for. I'm just curious, is that what we currently use as part of our ESL framework, or are we adding that? It's just listed under the diversity one. And again, sorry, I can ask these later.
Go ahead.
Oh, actually, I can't answer that one now that I'm looking
Does
at
that
it.
change the
Yes,
framework, or is that
the new benchmarks 2.0? It was optional implementation this year for those ESL benchmarks. So we have some schools piloting that. I'm trying to remember which school told us this morning they were piloting it. That was no, it was Lakey. Yes, Lakey. Yes. It was Lakey. We've got a number of different schools at different levels piloting the proficiency benchmarks 2.0. And so all of those, all that will move into all of our schools doing that if the province, I'm anticipating the province will mandate them next year. So the other ones are using the, wouldn't call them old, but not the 2.0, the previous benchmarks. And so yes, Carmen's becoming really skilled at that so that she can work with all of the schools next year.
Did you have more, Christina? You're good. Okay, you can. I have a list too, so it's totally up to you. Okay. So I have a couple of questions as well. So, and it may be Morag better able to answer, but the first one is in the Indigenous education. So knowing that the Indigenous education team has had some events to gather our Indigenous families, do you know how they've gone and have they been able to get some input for our division of what Indigenous education should look like, as that was kind of the center of what they were trying to accomplish?
Yeah, and actually, I know that they had they've had some events at the high schools already, and as well as at the middle schools. I think that elementary are coming up, and so the report. I haven't had a chance to meet with Joel yet, but certainly the reports back from those schools that I've heard from is that it was a very positive event, good turnout, and of course Joel will follow up once all of this is done with gathering the data in terms of how the events went, what were the participation levels, and then the key to whether or not those were successful in engaging families in an informal way will come if we determine that those families do in fact engage with schools, right, moving into January and February.
Thank you. And this one is for Mike, I think. So in here it talks about collaborative community regarding the wellness, and it lists the objectives that those collaborative events we're looking to focus on. So I'm just wondering how they went and what did we discover?
Yeah, and I did share a little bit about it in my last report last month, and we'll certainly be bringing the board up to speed. At some point, we've got a few more sessions that we'd like to run, but I'll give you a quick synopsis. So it's been excellent. And there's already actionable ideas that came out of it. We had on the collaborative community, we had a group of teachers in the morning, group of support staff in the afternoon, and it was outstanding. The feedback, the conversation, it was genuine, it was candid. There was many examples of things that we do well and many examples of areas that we need to grow on, and and some good actionable items coming out of that. So it was really positive. And one of the unintended and unexpected results of those sessions was the people in the session said we felt like this was an action towards wellness. We intended it more as a focus group feedback, but they felt like just having the conversation and opening up that conversation was an action of wellness, which I didn't expect. I'm kind of an action guy, like what are the actions? And it really was, no, just giving us this opportunity and the space to have this conversation was really helpful. So yeah, from my perspective, it was outstanding, and the feedback certainly, the participants appreciated and gave us just some great stuff to work with. So. Yeah.
And often it is that, just bringing people together and knowing that as a participant, knowing that their voice matters, that you care to find out what they have to say. So yeah, that is important.
Yeah, that's huge. And I would put a plug in for later on, and after January, and we've had a chance to collate some data, have a few more sessions to share do a little bit of the workshop with the board and share some of what we heard. I think that would be really good information for you to hear. So I would love the opportunity to do that with the board if there's a committee of the whole opportunity that presents itself.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay. Look forward to that. My next question is to probably Morag, but Cheryl, and it may be that it's postponed, I'm just wondering, in the inclusion wellness student forum to take place in late fall. So has that been moved, or do you know?
Yes, that's been moved, and it's scheduled for February. February. Schools are scheduled for February for those roundtable conversations to happen with high school students. Yes.
My question next is for you, Cheryl, I think, is in regards to, I got to find the note, it's under the professional learning one. It's in regards to the educational assistants. I know that our board always has lots of questions about educational assistants and us supporting them. And I see in here in regards to a partnership with SAPDC and other divisions in CASIX in regards to professional learning opportunity. It sounds like something, whether that's regional or whether that's provincial in nature, but I'm just wondering if you're able to share anything in regards to that, or if that is somebody Morag's area.
That would be more Rhonda's area. I'm just trying to find it to refresh my memory.
It's under administrator professional learning.
It's under
It's about
administrator.
the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots down.
Yeah, you can speak to that. Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, just what's in the bullet right now is where we're at. There has been some courses and sort of little workshops online developed, and so now HR is just working with inclusive ed and administration to how can we get this out appropriately to our educational assistants and make sure that it's valuable for them. So yeah, kind of an exciting thing.
Okay, and that ties into my last one is in regards to Parabytes. So Parabytes is in here as well. Is that in relation to Parabytes, or is that, it is? Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
Sounds good. And then I know we were doing some work with Shelley Moore previously in previous years. So it's more of a switch that we're going to look at the Parabytes. And I did take a look at the courses and it looks like it's fairly a bite size. Will staff be provided with time to be able to do those pieces, or is it just kind of that, I know they're 15-minute bites and then a total of a like 6.5 hour total, but
yeah, that's what we're working on, is how do we coordinate all that.
Okay.
Yeah, and make sure that folks have an opportunity, time in their day to do it ideally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I can, but it's something that we can look at. I'll give you an update on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it's great, and it would be great to see that there'd be discussion amongst them as they go through and how that actually impacts their day. So it was nice to see that in here, the Parabytes. And I know Julie that I've heard her speak a couple of times, and it's a great opportunity for our staff. And so thank you for doing that. Craig.
One of the things that I don't think we've ever brought it up here under these domains, but we have a leadership group, right, of students. And in the year that I've been on council, I don't think I've heard a report about what they're doing. Maybe I've missed it, I don't know, but maybe it would be nice to include what they're doing on a monthly basis so that we're aware of what the leadership group students are doing, because we're here for students, so.
Christina, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I can offer just from the board committee if you'd like. So we do have the board committee for student leadership. And just because last year, of all the things, it was quite delayed, and then they had like an online opportunity, and then at the U of L as well had an opportunity. And so we are having a committee meeting in December, and so I can offer a report at the next meeting for sure. Yeah.
Thank you for that update.
I did have it in last year, the sessions that student leadership group did, right, through the online forum with the rest of the Southern Alberta students, and I had an update on that monthly. And so, yeah, and I know that Southern Alberta is trying to figure out, okay, so now what for this year? So thanks for that update, Christina.
Thank you.
So we do have some guests with us, so we will jump ahead on our agenda. So if we can jump ahead to 8.1, and I'm just scrolling. So we're going to cover our international trip approval for LCI. Hello. So come join us. You do need to use the mic. It's just the button there. Awesome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jordan Olsen, and I teach the LCI Arts Academy dance program. And I would like to take my students to New York City next October from the 27th to the 29th. It's going to be an exciting time where we have a tour guide. We tour the city. Every morning, we're going to start with taking dance classes that I'm going to organize myself, probably at Broadway Dance Center. And then we're going to go to a Broadway show, and we're also hopefully going to go to a baseball game, which I think would be tons of fun. And then with our tour guide, we're just going to do various tours of Central Park and Times Square and Greenwich Village, and walk the High Line, walk the Brooklyn Bridge, and have a very exciting time. A cultural experience. Am I using this correctly, this microphone?
good.
Am I
You can sit
talking too
back.
close?
You can sit back and it'll pick
I
it
can
up.
sit close. Okay. Oh, there it is.
There you go. There you
Okay,
go.
that's better.
So I was very excited. I was like, I want to go to New York too.
Yay.
But shucks, I don't dance. So I guess I can't go. Yes.
Potentially, yes.
Yes. Okay. So questions from the board. Christine.
Just have a really quick question. On your field trip permission form, it says it's Explorica, and then this is EF Tours. Did we
Yes.
switch operators?
So what I'm thinking I'm going to go with EF Tours, but I'm using both tours to battle each other for the cost. I'm trying to get the cost down, but it's
Okay.
basically the exact same thing. But so it is a different company on the one I submitted, but I'm currently trying to get them to lower the cost.
Okay, no, that's perfect. They're both reputable, so that's good. Thank you.
Yes.
Jenny.
Do you have a rough idea of cost?
So yes, $2,300 is what we're going for. It's yeah. We're trying. And we're going to do lots of fundraising. I love to fundraise. It's one of my favorite things.
So that dollar figure is different than what was in the background of 15 to 1800.
Yes, it is, sadly. So
Yes.
yes, yeah, they sure have. And the Canadian versus American dollar.
Yes. I have a question in regards to says on the first form that there's not the use of a charter bus. And then in the documents from the company, it does talk about the charter bus. And I know that for families, sometimes it's a challenge for them to get from Lethbridge to Calgary. So I'm just wondering if you could provide that clarity for us.
We are definitely going to take a charter bus from Lethbridge to Calgary. Yeah, and we even have a charter bus in New York to take us from the airport into our hotel. And
Excellent.
so it's going to be good.
Jenny?
How many students do you have?
Well, I've got 85 Dance Academy students, and I've got 13 graduating, so roughly 63 potential students, and they're all very, very interested. So the price of this tour was based on, I think, 36 kids, but I think I could get more potentially. And I'm actually trying to get more because the more you get, it lowers the cost a little bit of the trip. So I think I have at least 40 interested students, but we'll see when the time comes.
Craig?
What's the ratio of adults and students for these groups?
I believe it's 1 adult to every 6 children.
Okay. And that'll be a parent?
So yes, it'll be a parent or a teacher. Yes, yeah, definitely.
Andrea?
I'm glad to see that you'll take in a Broadway show. And originally I was searching and going, where's the Broadway show? Would they all need to see the same Broadway show, or could they go to a variety of Broadway shows?
I think
Or
it
do
would
you
be
have one in mind.
I don't have one in mind. I think it's best if we all go to the same show because then we can have the same experience and kind of talk about it after. And I think it's just easier to manage everyone in one location. Would make me feel better too. But yes, we're definitely going to go to a Broadway show. So I just don't know which one yet. I think once we have all the kids that are going, we can kind of make a collective decision together because there's so many different varieties of Broadway shows. So to be determined.
Christina?
This is maybe, I'm not sure who the question goes to. Great, this is amazing. And I've heard so many lovely things about your dance academy. And I was just wondering for registration for students, is the dance academy one of the options where, like, if you wanted to switch schools in order to attend the dance academy, like, because obviously all the schools have access to fine arts. My understanding is that dance academy is a little bit different because it's like the comprehensive 4-year program. If someone was at Chinook but wanted to be in the dance academy, can they be? How does it work?
Yes,
Yes, okay.
yes, I believe so. We've
Great.
had kids transfer from Chinook or Catholic Central or St. Francis.
Okay,
As long as they make the audition
okay,
and they, they know their stuff, then
great. Yeah, I just think it's such a great opportunity. So I just want all of our dancers to get to
yes,
go.
yes,
That's great.
100%.
Thank
I'll
you.
take anyone who can dance.
My question is along the lines as well of other students is that seeing that this is for grade 9 to 12 students and it doesn't, the grade 9 students wouldn't actually be coming to your school until September. Is there going to be a way to get the information out to them so that they can prepare or have opportunity to attend as well?
Yes. So I think what I meant by 9 to 12 is the kids who are, because I'm starting this process so early so we can fundraise. It's the kids who are in grade 9, 10, 11 now, who then will be in 10, 11, and 12 next year. So anyone who's in grade 9 next year, I think for me personally, I just want to take kids a little bit older to New York City. And I'll make sure I try and do the same trip, every couple of years. So all the kids do get the opportunity to go if they want. So.
Sounds good. Craig.
And both of these tours have a tour guide that'll be with the group all the time. Well, except at night.
Absolutely. Oh, actually, the one good thing is that I believe is the EF educational tours. The one that I'm trying to go with did say that they have an option where they have a security guard that stands guard at the hotel at night between 11 o'clock and 6 in the morning. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Yes, yeah, well, exactly. So no, it's amazing. So then I feel like I could sleep at night knowing that there's literally someone making sure kids are not going in and out of each other's rooms, not leaving. Like, to me, I think it's worth the extra money for that. Definitely. So yeah, so to answer your question, we have a tour guide and probably a security guard. Yeah.
Sounds good. Any other questions? Looking for a motion, Christine?
Well, this sounds fantastic. Thank you for all the work that you've put in. And I know that you and the students and the chaperones are just going to have an incredible time. So thank you.
Thank you.
I move that the Lethbridge Collegiate Institute trip to New York City in October 2023 be approved by the board on the condition that all division policies and procedures are strictly followed, and with the understanding that future travel advisories and/or vaccination requirements may affect the trip's ability to proceed.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you very much, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Enjoy your trip. And if you need extra adults, I think there's some trustees that are
Yay.
interested. So
Also, my show is February 1st and 2nd at the 8s, and you all get free tickets.
awesome. Thank you.
Can we take a short 5-minute break before we get into this part? Because it's going to take a while.
Are we needing a break?
Yeah.
Okay, we will take 5 minutes then. Okay. We're going to get back to the board meeting, and we are on 8.2 for anybody that is following along in package. And I need on my screen to go ahead to 8.2. So it is our audited financial statement presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to Christine Lee to do some introductions for us.
Thank you very much, Allison. So this is like the FIFA World Cup of accountants, accounting, because, you know, when you get to present the audited financial statement, it's kind of like, I used to say Super Bowl, but I thought FIFA World Cup since it's on. Today we have with us from our auditing firm BDO Canada, we have partner Will Zobel and Amber Erickson. Amber just found out on Friday she passed her Canadian finals examination to become a chartered professional accountant. So that's very exciting, and so congratulations, Amber. And so, before they present, though, I do want to say, a big thank you to the finance team, as well as Avis, also out to our schools who also look after accounting for the variety of school-generated funds for the work that they do. You will hear from our auditor that we had a very good audit, and we wouldn't have that without the dedication of all the people in the finance department and who look after our finances. So big thank you to Avis and her team. And so I'm going to turn it over. I guess, Will, you will make your comments, or Amber. Oh, Amber gets to do Amber's comments about the audit. Perfect. That's great. And then we'll let Avis will actually then present the audited financial statements to you.
Perfect. Yeah. So I'm just going to go over the auditor's report. And this is just our opinion on LSD's financial statement. And so I'll just read the paragraph here. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements presented fairly in all material respects. The financial position of the division as of August 31st, 2022, and its results of operation, change in net financial assets, cash flows, and statement of remeasurement, gains and losses for the year, then ended in accordance with the Canadian public sector accounting standards. So that just means that it was a clean audit, as Christine said, and everything is perfect. So that's what we want to see. Yeah, I will just pass it off to you.
Anybody have any questions? Oh, do you want to talk about the management letter?
It was clean.
That's all good.
Yeah. Push the button. The management letter didn't have any points for the division. There were a couple of items on the school generated fund. Look at those and address those.
All right, Kristen, if you could switch back over to the other screen. Yeah, perfect. Do I have the power with this guy too? Oh yeah, I do. There we go. Perfect. All right. So I'm pleased to present the 2021-2022 audited financial statements and their related financial reports, which have all been provided to you in your agenda packages. So the following presentation of these documents, which provides a high-level review of the financial statements and provides details of the management discussion and analysis, as well as the financial health indicators report. During this presentation, we will review the following areas: student enrollment, the division's financial position, accumulated surplus and reserves, statement of operations, financial health, and additional data that is available for understanding the 2021-2022 finances. So let's start with enrollment. For the 21-2022 school year, the division had 11,680 students from early education to grade 12, which is a 3.83% increase from 2020-2021. Enrollment continues to recover from the reduction due to COVID-19. However, 21-22, we were still under pre-COVID enrollment of 11,753. For the financial position of the division, which is shown on page 4, where'd my mouse go? Which is shown on page 4 of the financial statements, as at August 31st, 2022, the division had financial assets of $26.26 million, which is comprised of cash, investments, and receivables. The majority of the receivables relates to either amounts owing from Alberta Infrastructure for capital projects or the GST rebate from the federal government. The financial position is also comprised of approximately 11.57 million of financial liabilities, which is mostly comprised of payables and unspent deferred contributions. Of the 11.57 million of liabilities, accounts payable is 8.66 million, which includes 2.16 million of accrued liability to the province for the weighted moving average adjustment. This liability is effectively to defer the difference between the funded student enrollment and the actual student enrollment levels. This is resulting in these funds being deferred to 22-23, and that's when they will be spent. As well, and within other liabilities includes the employee future benefit liability for some banked time and an estimated liability for accumulated sick time for the QP 290 group as the accumulates over year to year. As well, within Schedule 2 of the financial liabilities also includes unspent deferred contributions of 2.67 million, which is outlined on Schedule 2 of the financial statements. And these deferred contributions include 72,000 of operating activities from other Government of Alberta programs and non-government programs, 2.46 million of deferred provincial operating funding, including infrastructure maintenance and renewal and capital maintenance and renewal funding, 139,000 of Alberta Ed restricted grants. These are your school nutrition and your new curriculum PL. This will be spent in 22-23. And there was, in the prior year, there was 95,000 of deferred funding for capital planning, which has now been spent in 21-22, and this was the planning for Gary Station, and as well as the modernization at Galbraith. So therefore, if you take your financial assets and you subtract all your financial liabilities, you are left with 14.7 million in net financial assets. The non-financial assets of approximately 160 million mostly consist of capital assets. The total capital assets are 158.32 million, which includes approximately 151 million unsupported assets from the province, which is within the spent deferred capital contributions, and approximately 6.4 million in board funded assets. There was 4.9 million in capital asset additions this year. 3.18 was in building and work in progress, and 1.7 was in equipment and technology. This was mainly technology as the elementary evergreening occurred during the year. So when you go back, so when you come back here, the accumulated surplus, or referred to as net assets, accountants just like to call the same thing 3 different things sometimes. It just creates confusion. It results in 22.82 million. This accumulated surplus, as shown in note 9 of your financial statements, is comprised of approximately 470,000 of unrestricted reserves and 9.6 million of operating reserves, for a total of 10 million. For a total of 10 million. Therefore, this total surplus from operation can be utilized to fund future projects from these reserves, which include many of the following projects and priorities. So I'm stealing a little bit of my thunder from the budget update, but these are the plans for the 22-23, and they include 1.8 million in school-based activities, 200,000 in operations and maintenance, 300,000 in transportation, 23,000 in system administration, 540,000 in counseling, 300,000 to support staffing, 300,000 for inclusive learning, and 360,000 for program unit funding. This planning will ensure that the division has the reserve balance of 3.15, which is to comply with the Alberta Education Reserve by August 31st, 2023. Just for reference, as of August 31st, 2022, our reserve balance is 5.29%. In addition to the accumulated surplus from operations, there is board-funded investments and capital reserves, and endowments, and all which are also included in the 22 million. Details of this can be seen on pages 9 and pages 10 of your financial statements. The statement of operations, otherwise known as the income statement, is made up of revenues and expenses of the division and can be found on page 5 and page 13 for additional detail. There was approximately 131 million of revenues for the division. 96% was from the government of Alberta. This is approximately 102.3% of operating budget. New one-time funding received during the year was not included in the operating budget as it was received throughout the year. This included additional learning loss funding, teacher salary settlement, fuel contingency, and new curriculum resources. This was offset by the less than budgeted of school-generated funds as there was less activities during the 21-22 school year due to health and travel restrictions. The other thing to note as well when you look at your financial statements is the preliminary budget, as it is the legally adopted budget of the division, is what is included. The year-end reporting and other financial reporting for the division is based on the operating budget, as this provides the most up-to-date budget based on the information available. So the operating budget is created in the fall budget update once final enrollment and other information is known. So the division's operating budget for 21-22 included updates for the weighted moving average liability, the inclusion of the boost grant, the learning loss of 439,000, the facility lease grant of 540,000, and the additional reserve use of 870,000. So that's just another thing to note. So within expenditures, there was 132.92 million, 78% was staffing costs, or 79%, sorry. That is 101.7 of the division's operating budget. Instruction had a deficit overall for 21-22. On the financial statements, instruction is broken up between ECS and grades 1 to 12. ECS saw a deficit, mostly due to lower than estimated enrollments due to a number of factors, including some families keeping their children home during COVID, as well as the new government $10 a day daycare for preschool being offered to preschool children. While grades 1 to 12 saw a surplus. Programs that did have a surplus, that includes certain schools, inclusive ed, and Indigenous education, had unexpected funds left over at year end, which have now been carried forward and are being used in the 22-23 budget. There was a deficit in operations and maintenance due to inflationary factors such as increased costs in fuel and utilities. There was also additional costs for the continuance of enhanced COVID-19 cleaning protocols and increased costs for security patrols at some schools. There was a deficit in transportation due to additional bus routes being added due to growth, as well as due to increases in fuel costs. System administration was on budget, while external services expenses exceeded budgeted costs. However, the international program, which is what is within external services, earned more revenue than it was expecting to. So that department actually saw a surplus at the end, which was then transferred to instruction to help with the deficit there. Hang on. Oh, are we both, sorry. I think we're fighting. Okay. I was like, I don't think that's me. Yeah, okay. That's okay, we're good. Beautiful. All right, I'll just go real quick through here. All right, there we go. So if we look at spending by program, 81% was on instruction and 19% was on support, which is consistent with prior years. And then if we break down the expenses by area, it shows that 79% was spent on staffing, 16% on services, supplies, and contracts, 5% on amortization, and the remaining was on bank charges. And for more details to break down by types and departments, you can find this at the Finance at the Glance within the Management Discussion and Analysis document. And so overall, the division had an operating deficit of $1.79 million. For comparison, the preliminary budget had a forecasted deficit of $1.67 million. So the indicators of financial health help measure how we compare to school divisions of similar size. Lethbridge School Division is compared to boards with 9 to 20,000 students. Please also note that these comparatives in this column are from 2020, 2021, as that is the most recent information, while as Lethbridge's is going to be 21, 22. So the first one is the accumulated surplus from operations. This is our reserve cap that needs to be at the 3.15 by the end of next year. So as you can see, the division is under, but however, to compare, Lethbridge last year for 2020, 2021 was 7.07%. Liquidity ratio is measured by taking the financial assets less liabilities. A greater than 1 ratio is desirable. This means that the division has the ability to pay current liabilities as they come due. Our working capital per student is the amount of money available after discharging all of the division's liabilities. It allows the division to meet emergent needs and provide new initiatives as the division continues to grow. Capital asset net book value compared to costs broken down for both buildings and equipment and vehicles. The percentage of net book value to historical costs illustrates how new a division's assets are. And lastly, capital reserves per student assesses how much money has been put aside into capital reserves for the future replacement of capital assets. So as you can see, all ratios are healthy. So there is a significant amount of other data available for the financial statements and other financial reports that help provide data, accountability, and transparency. So there are 2 unaudited schedules within the statements. The first is a schedule of fees, which provides information on the types and amounts of fees being charged throughout the school division. The second is the second unaudited schedule is the system administration, which provides details on the administrative costs and provides the breakdown of the administrative areas. And the last area to bring attention to is note 15. It's typically beneficial as this information is about the school generated funds, showing the funding and the amounts that were spent during the year. At the end of the year, there is 3.12 million of unexpended SGF funds, including deferred revenues of almost 79,000 and 3.05 million in accumulated surplus. Note that this 3 million is not included in our reserve cap. So that's just the operating reserves. They removed the SGF from that calculation. And so to provide the financials a more visual perspective, infographics provide the division's 21-22 financial statements. The following also provides information on finances, which have been discussed through the presentation, including enrollments and funding sources, expenditures on operations and capital, and accumulated surplus and reserves. And then that wraps up. If anybody has any questions, I appreciate all your attention. And yeah, absolutely.
Christy.
So just for your information, the financial statements themselves can be quite daunting unless you're an actual professional accountant and really like to look through those things. The notes of the financial statements are actually tell you a lot about the financial statements. But more importantly, if you look at the management discussion analysis report, it breaks down the why. Why did it change? Why is this different? Why was it more? Why was it less than budget? That sort of thing. Why was our results the way they were? And provides that detail. Very much what like Ava's just covered. So if you really want to dig in, reading the financial statements is one thing, but you want to know the why behind the financials, read the management discussion analysis report. There's charts, there's graphs, explanation, why were we overspent and plant operations maintenance. It's explained in there, that sort of thing. What happened here, what happened there. So it's a really good resource to dig in to find out the why.
Questions? Jenny, go ahead.
Sorry, you said there was 2 unaudited budgets. One was the fee schedule.
Fee schedule, and then one is just a breakdown of the system administration costs.
Okay.
Yeah. Schedule, yeah, there's Schedule 8 and Schedule 9.
There's, sorry.
Oh, Schedule 8 and Schedule 9.
Oh, okay. 18, 19.
Yeah, 18, yeah.
I was hearing
yeah,
8,
that's,
9, 18,
yeah,
19.
that is a little confusing.
That's the challenge of having 6 kids. I heard you both.
Hey, Andrea?
I just wanted to say thank you for making that so understandable with all of your graphs. I'm just amazed that you can speak and run that at the same time. It makes it so
thank you.
understandable.
Just, yeah.
And I wrote down yay when I saw the use of reserves for counseling, sports staff, inclusive ed and PUF. And I'm wondering, the working capital per student ours being 1,260 and a comparable 987. Why do we do so much better with that?
I think it's just planning. I think it's, yeah, like it's just the planning of use of the funds and use of the reserves. And I think that's what it mostly attributes to. Christine, oh yeah, Christine can certainly add to that.
Well, no, what I was going to add, you explained that really good. It's really the available resources we have to spend on our students in the future is really this. It's a measure of our reserves, really, our operating reserves. However, what's really important, you'll see our capital reserves per student or higher. I have to tell you, we are the envy of some of our Zone 6 and provincial technology counterparts, because this board is actually committed to evergreening their technology. And that's what you're seeing in significant amount of our capital reserves is actually because we have an evergreening plan and have that money set aside so that we can actually do that and make sure we have the tools and resources. And so people say, how the heck did your board do that? And I said, no, they've committed, they know it's important. They know that, technology is not just a thing, it's required in everything we do. And so it's much appreciated. And that's what you're seeing in the capital reserves.
Cheryl.
And I just wanted to extend on what Christine said, because I think it's really important as we, look at the audited financial statements when you start thinking about looking at planning for the future. Because sometimes if there's challenges in the actual educational delivery piece, and that's why we have to thank you for the explanation of what that capital is for, because sometimes it can be easy to say, well, let's just take this out of the capital and move it into support, a 1-year expenditure or for support staffing for a year or because then what happens is, and would be one of the reasons why we are the envy, is because it's sometimes hard to stay committed to that capital plan, because for many it can be sort of a target of, well, let's just take out of there, rather than be really steadfast in committing to that long-term capital plan. And I know, Tyler, I think you were one of the ones who, if I'm remembering, was quite an advocate for making sure we had a long-term plan for technology evergreening. And it's not easy to stick to, but this board has done that, and it's been one of the reasons why we are the envy, and that why we have the technology we do have in our schools.
Craig.
Yes, under Schedule 9, just so I have a better understanding, I know what the salaries and benefits for the Board of Trustees is, but what are our supplies and services, which is $253,007?
200, the 250?
Yeah.
I believe that included for last year would have been the election supply, like would have been all the election and any PD, any
that's membership.
Yeah,
that's
any
all
memberships,
the memberships.
basically pretty much everything besides salary and benefits.
And so we put aside X amount of dollars for the election every year?
Yes, we budget 12,000 a year for 4 years for an estimated cost of 48,000. There was also additional consulting costs this last year due to hiring ASBA consultants for a variety of purposes.
And that would come under services. Okay, thank you.
You betcha.
Christina.
Is that also where the PSBA gets listed?
That'll be for 22-23. Yes.
I have a couple questions. Sorry, Jenny, I'll jump in. In being governors for the division and just that fiduciary responsibility, I know it's been brought to us in regards to the change with the school cash online and the fees that are being charged, and just that recognition that we need to make some changes to what that looks like. So I'm just wondering, when we're approving last year's audited financial statement, is there somewhere in there that talks about or discusses or points out or identifies
Yeah.
the concern from previous years?
Yeah, so that would be, it wouldn't be in these financial statements. It would be more, when we meet with the audit committee. So BDO would bring a document called final, like a letter to the audit committee. And in there it talks about internal controls, which would be like less cash, more online, online technology. If there had been concerns, that they would be included in the management letter. So that's where it would be. You wouldn't see it in this particular document.
I think what we're confusing with the school cash is a change in how the actual process with the company that does the actual chargeback with the credit card company. We've always had fees with using the school cash online. It's just charged out differently now. And so that's always been there, and it's just, yeah, because it was charged out differently, it looks like an add-on and it really isn't. And the division was picking up many of those costs for all that fundraising before. They've built it into the fee to make sure that it's covered.
They built it into the school fees or built it into the cash online?
Built it into the school fees.
Okay.
So before part of it was in the school fees, part of it the division had to cover because it wasn't covering all the fees.
Okay.
And we just can't use instructional dollars to fund fundraising.
Right.
It's just not appropriate.
So with there
that
being
came to light because of how the system changed the calculation.
Right.
Yeah.
And with that being over the last couple months that came to light, I'm just wondering, with us as a board, our responsibility is to approve those school fees back in the previous year. So is there, are we going to be looking at changing that school fee schedule that we approved?
No, not
any
for
of that?
not for this year, but next year when they do
Yes,
it, they'll
yeah.
make sure they've
And
added appropriately.
And I know, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Christine. I was just going to say, when we talked with administrators about this, so their fees would have already included some of that fee cost. And then they also said if there were any that they were worried about, that they were going to be to reach out, and none ever did reach out to me. So everything seems to be.
Okay, because I'm seeing from parents that there is a change in the school fee, and it's a change between 5% and 11% of those fees that is different than our what we've approved as a board. And then they're not able to, besides going back into our previous minutes, they're not able to actually access our approved fee schedule because it's not posted on the website or on their schools pages. So I'm just curious as to, do we need to come back to revisit the piece in regards to school fees and what we as a board have approved versus what is actually being charged?
I think the fee schedule is included in the budgeted, like the preliminary budget documents that are on the website. I believe they're in there, but I can double check for sure. And then, yeah, the 5 to 11%, like I will follow up on that because that's not my understanding, like that I've seen. So I can certainly follow. Yeah.
Okay. Because on our website, it has the previous year's fee schedules, but it does not include this year's.
22-23?
Yeah.
Okay, I will make sure that is updated.
Okay. And then when parents are going back and looking at our actual fee schedule, the fees that they've paid don't align. So I'm just looking for that clarity on when I'm approving last year's, what might, I want to make sure that I'm approving what
actually,
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in each school is supposed to post their fees. So if they're not posting the fees, then we'll need to.
And they are definitely not on our school websites and definitely not on the division website.
Okay.
So
yeah, we can definitely, make sure that's updated.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Jenny, you had your hand up.
Yeah, my question was actually about a little bit different, but just with the schedule for fees. This is where in trying to prepare for trying to understand you today, noticed the biggest discrepancies in what we budgeted for and what we actually collected. And so I'm hoping to gain better understanding on that, because some of these, like activity fees, that line, we budgeted 444,000 and collected 15,000. So there's about $1 million difference from what we budgeted to what we actually collected. And so I'm sure that this makes a lot of sense, like you were saying, if you,
So,
but I'm not
sorry.
understanding.
No,
So
and I will help
can you
you.
help me understand?
So yeah, absolutely. So the initial budget, so that 2.4 million was the budget that was done in May 2021. So then there was an updated budget in September to update the school generated fees. So that's why there's such a huge discrepancy, because in May there was still like how all the uncertainty with COVID and are we going to do activities? Are we not going to do activities? What's going to be happening? So that 2.4 was then updated in the fall budget to be significantly less than that. But the reason we can't show that on here is because the May budget is what's the legally adopted budget that has to go in the financial statements.
So this was in anticipation that things would be running in full force, and then
Correct.
because they weren't.
Then in September, when we did the fall budget update, the SGF was updated to better reflect what
Okay.
actually was going to be occurring in schools.
Okay, that makes sense. So then I further understanding, if you will hear me, actual fees collected and then what we actually spent, sometimes what we actually spent is greater in some of these lines for these activity fees.
Mm-hmm.
And so activity fees, are we just, where does that extra come from? Does it come from school budgets, individual school budgets?
I was going to say,
Well, no, some of this is because some is deferred from the prior year. So if it's unspent, then it comes in as deferred revenue. So the expenditure like a prior year. So like none of this is negative. So you can see it all balances because there's money that is unspent or just unspent from the prior year that comes in. So their unspent money doesn't disappear. They have it that they can use. Yeah.
yeah, that would be that, like for example, like the 79,000 in 21-22 that's been deferred. You're not going to see that on here. You're going to see it in note 15 because that compiles all the SGFs.
Did you have more? Or? Yeah. That's
More.
okay.
So fees to enhance education. So those went largely unspent. So what are things? What is that? What is fees to enhance education? Because would that have fallen under things that didn't happen?
Yeah.
under
Well,
COVID?
Well, yes
if
and
a
no,
school
yeah.
council, I'll give you an example. School council gives a school money for I don't know, painting a mural, or maybe putting books in a learning commons or something like that. That would be fees to account. It would be something they get to enhance education. Yeah. Yes, or fee. Yes, fee for iGEM, that sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, so fees for bringing in the circulating or rotating exhibit through, the Alberta Fine Arts. So it's things that enhance the school, and some of those, bringing in a speaker, bringing in a play for children to, elementary schools, for example, sometimes bring in companies to do a performance with the students. So all those kinds of things that enhance regular classes, and some of those just simply didn't happen because of the restrictions.
We'll jump to Craig and then come back to you. Okay, go ahead, Craig.
Just a couple of questions on Schedule 8 and 9. Why aren't they audited schedules?
So this is just information that Alberta Education requires. They ask for it, and then they are the ones who say that, like, to audit this would be, like, you would have to, like, we have a fairly good grasp on this, but then to go and audit it as well would just be additional work that doesn't really add any value to the financial statements for the outside user. For internally, of course, it adds information. So that's why you just kind of have to see that it does say unaudited. So then you just have to take it as for what it is. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
And so the auditors don't comment on this at all?
No.
Okay. But we have to send this into Alberta Ed.
Correct. Yep, it's part of a big Excel template. So all of these pages that you see, there's a tab for each of them. So then they take all of that information and they put it into one big, humongous document, I would imagine.
And so at the bottom of Schedule 8,
Mhm.
international and out-of-province student revenue.
Yes, that is our international students.
Right. And did we budget for that much?
We
or is that
budgeted for 300,000.
300,000.
Correct.
And it was a lot more.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so what is the sales of rentals of other supplies and services?
So we've got your clothing, your
So-
agendas, your yearbooks.
So that's that a hoodie or something
Yeah,
with the school's
yes.
name on it? Okay. And so
Stuff that like I guess from an even like nerdier accountant would be your GST, but like your like stuff that would need to have GST on it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. But all right. So I just couldn't. I just wanted to know.
Yeah,
why it was
absolutely.
unaudited.
Yeah.
And so but it's a requirement of Alberta.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Back to Jenny.
I just wanted further clarification on the questions you were asking with the school cash online change. So has that change I understand it was always there.
Mhm.
The fees were always there.
Mhm.
Prior to, has a change actually taken place, or are we saying there will be a change for the next year?
So for 22-23, like school cash online still looks the same, but how like the fee has now been built in to say a t-shirt costs $10.
Yeah.
The parents at the end will still see $10. They will not see $10 plus any percentage. It's all included in that fee. And that's how that would just be like if you go to Safeway and you buy some bananas. You're not going to and you pay with your credit card. So it's the credit card, the fees associated with the credit cards.
Right.
So that cost is already built in. It's just the cost of doing business, using more technology, more credit cards, more online.
So, but I still pay the $10 for the shirt. Safeway covers the cost of me using Visa instead of cash, right?
Yes.
Right. So, but for when it comes to fundraising, we've made a change. The parent, where's the change? Like if the parent, so it still just says $10 and the parent still just pays $10, right?
Correct.
But we've said previously the district was absorbing that fee
Correct.
for
Yeah.
fundraising. But moving forward, we've made a change where the parent will absorb that cost, right?
Correct.
And so what will that look like when it's a fundraising thing?
It'll still look the same. So for example, you'll go on and if there's fundraising for anything, that fee will be built in to that. Say that you pay $200. In that $200, the fee is included in there.
We've calculated it into what we charge the person.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so is that the same for fundraising that is funds being raised for the school for things like hot lunch and things like that?
Yes, it's the same across the board.
Okay.
I have a fairly simple question on that. So if they're being charged it as part of whatever they're paying for, are we then not paying that fee? Like we're paying the percentage to school cash online for the percentage that they've already paid. So if an item is $10 and we increase it to $10.40, now the parent pays $10.40 for that 4%. So $10.40, we're now being charged 4% on the $10.40 versus the $10.
No, I don't think so. Sorry.
So if I'm deciding to do, let's say, sell school swag, a T-shirt, for instance, and it costs, let's say it costs me $9 to buy that T-shirt as the school, and I want to sell it to my parents. I'm going to make sure that I've accounted for an additional 4% in the fee that I'm going to charge anybody, regardless of whether they pay cash, check, or online. Doesn't matter who. Of course, we discourage cash and checks because it's a lot of work and it's fraught. There's fraught with potential fraud. So my cost now on that $9 is, let's say $9.36, right? With the 4%. I might put my fee at $9.50, just make sure there's no other costs I have to worry about. I charge $9.50. That's what the parent pays, $9.50, because the fee, the card fees that I'm going to, as a school, have to pay is already covered. So that's how that works. It's not $9.50 plus 4. I've already built, my cost is $9, and I know my administrative cost is another 4%. I'm making sure when I price the fee that I've included it. And it's always been the way it is. It's just showing up a little differently because of how the system changed and drawn more attention to it. Because before we tell the schools there's a fee to running the system, you need to build in money. I think we used to say, I think you need to build $2, I think $2 or $3 per $20 into the price of your fee to cover, and it never covered all the fees. And so the division was picking up the remainder of all those fees. And so, yeah, it's just different so that
it was also a manual entry. So every transaction, you'd have to manually add it on, as opposed to now it's all streamlined. So there's no room for human error and missing it and then having to remit it back to us to then go and pay. It's kind of all covered now.
More work for the schools the way we had it.
Yep.
Okay, I have Tyler and then Jenny.
I was going to say, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the easiest way to think of this, of how it's happening, unless I'm wrong, is price your shirt at $10. Parent pays $10. $9.60 is what actually comes back. You actually have to work with. That's how it works. So whereas before that 40 cents, part of that might have been covered by the division or whoever else along the way, now it's not. So when you sell your shirt for $10, the parent still pays 10, everything's still exactly the same to the parent. It's just that when the company remits the money back, the company's remitting, I guess School Cash Online in this case is sending back $9.60. They're not sending you back $10.
I understand that, but I don't think my question is being understood. So if a parent pays $9.60, we're only paying not a percentage on the $9.60, versus if they pay $10, we're now paying a higher rate. But I'm okay to drop it. So
you're just paying 4%, whatever it is. So you're not pricing an item exactly at what it costs. You're pricing like in.
But we're now paying 4% of $10 versus 4% of $9.60.
It just depends what your price. It's the same thing though. Really, if a T-shirt was $9, maybe they charge $9 for maybe they charge 10. They probably still charge 10. Maybe they used to get $9.80 out of it in the end. Now they get $9.60.
Jenny.
I know School Cash Online is also used to accept donations. Is there a way for us to accept donations without losing that 4% to School Cash Online?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that from personal experience, when you go and donate online, lots of other organizations have that, like they say it's like, if you want to increase, like say you are donating $50 and their processing fee is $2.50, you can round your donation up to be $52.50 to covering the processing fee, and then they still get the $50. At this time, we don't have that. So say, if it's $50, they would take there'd be the 4% processing fee included in the $50, and we would get the remainder.
Okay.
Yeah, you bet.
And then, sorry. So this change in process came out of the audit, but these are not audited documents. So was this an internal audit?
Are we talking about the School Cash Online?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how it came about to me, I know Mark and Luana, who's our school accounting coordinator, had been in discussions with Kev prior to me starting. So it had started with them, and then basically it was like a change in their software to now show, as opposed to having to manually add, it now was just immediately now just included in the number itself. So that's how. So we started that. That's for 2022, 2023. So it was kind of, Kev came to us and said, this is the change in our software. And, sorry, go ahead, Christine.
No, you're right there. But originally, when we went to School Cash Online several years ago,
yes.
It was, the auditor said you have too much cash in the schools and you need to change your process to better account for it. And then, so what we started doing is, if anytime there was cash or checks, we created these cash envelopes so that we could have, because the auditors were having trouble, and you can back me up on this, Will, we're having trouble completeness as the completeness test on revenues for school generated funds. And so when you don't have a proper tracking process for cash and checks, it's a risk of, is it all collected? Is it properly handled? It created a lot of work. We did do you remember the cash envelopes? So we started Marky, staff in the schools, anytime they want, a classroom wanted to collect cash or $5 here for field trips there, they had to take a cash envelope, they had to make a record, they had to sign it off, they had to have witness, they had to take it to the office had to open it, they had to count it, verify it, deposit it, and then save that as a record. And so it created a lot of work. And we said, there's got to be a better way. And so school divisions were moving to online payments. The whole world was moving to online payments. And so that's why we went to online payments, because it saves a lot of work, a lot of stress, and also it reduces the risk of fraud, because cash is, when there's cash, there's possibility of.
So in understand, or you want to speak, Will? Go ahead.
Sure. Since Christine I'm
Highlighted
backing her
you,
up.
yes.
So back when we before those envelopes, it was very hard for us to audit the completeness of the cash receipts. So we, through discussions, we came up with the idea, well, what if we do this to try and get some accountability behind the cash being collected, because we looked at it as how much is expected for each event, and then we could look at a variance explanation for what could have been collected versus what was collected. So it gave a better way for us to audit the completeness aspect, which is the biggest area of concern for completeness.
Thank you for sharing that. So in trying to do that, what my understanding is that I just heard in the last couple of days is that there's actually the movement to go back to collect cash to avoid the 4%. And this is, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, so if you're charged at $10 for a t-shirt, you're going to pay $10 whether it's cash, check, or credit card. So for fun, I guess for fundraising, because I know there was that Save the Kids campaign, and I talked to Kaylee about that. She went around and got checks and did all that work and brought them to central office. And because I talked to her and I said, if you're willing, that's on you to go and collect those and bring them here.
But this is a school now has made the decision to collect cash for an event that's coming up to avoid paying the 4%. So, and it is concerning when I have concerns from the community in regards to that. So it's actually circled back to that we are going to collect cash from every student in the school for an event that is occurring in the next couple of weeks, and to avoid the 4% by collecting the cash and not going on to the school cash online to do that. So it is concerning as governors of the division of what direction. I think just that clear communication piece and ensuring that we are taking the proper steps in regards to how we're guiding our schools, how we're communicating with parents, so that we aren't in this position where I'm seeing on social media in regards to an event coming up that every student's being charged $5 cash.
So I'm in Cheryl collaborative. We met with all the principals to clarify the process and to communicate. And so I'm shocked.
Is this a school event that we're collecting cash? So school is collecting cash,
correct,
rather than having parents. And so certainly we have met with every single school administration.
Okay.
We've met with many school councils.
Yep.
And so we certainly have made it, and we've discussed at length the cost of personnel compared to the cost of purchasing online, which is far, far higher, far more significant, and certainly far less secure and puts people at risk, which we don't appreciate having our office staff put at risk for counting endless amounts of little cash and doing cash envelopes. And so if that's the case, that's good to know. What's really helpful for us is if when someone tells us.
Oh, for sure.
Right. And so we can't, we can't deal with something if we don't have any knowledge of that. And so once we have knowledge of that, because we have communicated, we've given handouts to schools, we've communicated with schools, we've met with schools. And so if this is a school, not a school council, initiating cash as opposed to cash online, then it's good for us to know about that.
No, I'll definitely share that. Just found out about it last evening. So Craig and then Jenny.
A couple of questions. Christine, when we were taking money out of instructional, just a ballpark figure, about how much money were we losing
I would say the difference between the fees collected and the expenses were around 40,000 a year.
So that's a significant amount. That's like a teacher, an EA.
An EA, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
This is for the auditors. In your, and I know we went over it, you pick out 2 or 3 schools each year to do an audit on their school generated funds. And I know in our committee that you're finding, and it's a lot easier to track where the money is going and who's responsible. I think you said you came up with 3 little items that the 2 schools you did had just forgot to fill out the forms or something.
Yeah, so there was just, it was 5 schools that we went to, and we just test from there. And there was just a couple like super small things. They forgot to attach like the KEV receipts, super small things that they had just simply forgotten because in paperwork and stuff gets lost. So,
And so by going online, we've solved a lot of and probably the cost of doing the audit too.
Yeah, when you look at the testing that we do at the individual schools, a lot of that's cash-based because that's where your risk is. So, yeah, and of course, each one of those individual audits cost more money too, right? So there's a cost to try and protect the assets of the division that ties into us, and plus the school division does internal audits and stuff too. If we were cashless, there'd be a lot less risk.
That's the word I was looking for. We don't audit any of.
No.
They would have their own bylaws and their own they're separate from us.
So that's the question. Does the school ever look
Not that I'm aware of, no. Yes.
Can you turn your mic on? Sorry.
So we can't get into their societies at all, and we don't know how they're spending it or where they're spending it, right?
And so, Craig, actually, it's a great question because we had a session for our division school council last month, and a piece of that session focused on what's the difference between a school council and a society, right? And so, some schools form a society because then they can access, can access fundraising opportunities that require registration as a society, right? Whereas you can't do that as a school council. And so if a society decides to engage in fundraising, then really those individuals who choose to be the executive of those societies are assuming personal responsibility and liability for any mishandlings of funds. Every society has a reporting process, just like a school division does. Every society has an audit process, just like a school division does. And so a society would have to have an auditing process in place for their society.
And a follow-up question, if I can.
Can I actually just get you to hold on that? So at 5 o'clock for all of our meetings, we have public forum. So I just want to check whether we have any requests for public forum at this time. Okay. Seeing no requests for public forum. If you do get anything in the next minute or so, just let me know. And go ahead, Craig.
So a follow-up to that is, if a society was trying to fundraise for something for the school, then we do not want our employees touching any of that money. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
If an employee were to decide to engage in the society, that employee is doing so at their own personal risk, not at the school division risk.
But we don't want them collecting money.
No.
For this
On behalf of the society, no.
Okay.
No.
That clears up because we want to make sure it's clear between what school, whatever it's called, school cash online, and society. And we don't want to be touching any of that because some of that could be cash and whatever. Okay.
Yep, absolutely. You bet.
Andrea.
I wanted some clarification. For example, with this LCI trip, if a child is bringing in $2,400, would they be writing a check directly to this company who's expecting $2,400? Or would it be going through school cash online and losing 4%?
They can do it both ways. So they can choose to do it through the school or directly through EF. So you'll probably see them do it through EF tours. Yeah. It just depends. You have a bigger risk. You have a bigger risk when you do a cancellation if it's sitting with the tour company than you do if the money's sitting with the division, right? So but they can certainly pay through EF. Have the parents pay directly is what would happen.
How does EF get that 4% then? Like if they're expecting per student?
They would have already built it into their
Oh, they
fees.
built
Yeah,
it
if
in.
they are, if
Oh.
they
Probably in
have
their fees. Yeah.
additional fees.
Okay.
And then I know that like Patterson is doing a Quebec trip and it's directly through the tour company that the parents are paying. And then any fundraising, they've worked together with the schools so that at the end, if there is fundraising that was done, that's directly applied from the school to the tour company. So lots of the tour companies are working together, but every company that does any type of monetary transactions, they have a fee. It's just built in and we don't necessarily see it. So Jenny?
I'm going to go back to the $10 shirt. So we have a $10 shirt that costs $10 and 40 cents of that had to go to school cash online. And previously the division ate that cost.
Correct.
So now we're saying the parents are going to eat that cost.
Correct.
How can we still charge $10 for that shirt? Because the division no longer wants to cover that 40 cents, right? So the parent has to cover that 40 cents. So how is it that
So
we
at the
are
end of the
not-
day, the t-shirt is still $10. We still have to pay $10 to whomever,
if
right?
if the t-shirt is still $10, we still have to pay 40 cents to school cash online, but we only collected $10 from the parent, the same as before.
So it would have been $10 plus the fee. So how it would have been set up on the screen is the administrator at the school would have seen the $10. They would have added the 2% processing fee manually if they remembered to add it. And then that's how we would pay those fees.
But now that has to be added on still.
Now it's included in the cost.
So we're just gonna, so schools, the $10 shirt now costs less?
No.
Like there was that 40 cents always. So where did that 40 cents go?
The easiest way to think about it is that they don't get $10 anymore. They only get $9.60 back.
So the school is just, well, what if that shirt cost the school? That they cost them
$10 and they priced it poorly
$9.50,
and they're
so
losing
now
money,
they're
but-
gonna
Avis,
lose.
can I explain this from a school
That's how it works.
perspective,
This is
Kate?
what I'm saying, is they would be losing money, right? So we have to at some point adjust our prices.
Which
And
they
we
would have,
have,
Jenny, let me explain
yes.
it from a
And we
school.
haven't addressed the fact that we have to adjust our prices to include that. Are we going to
Okay, put
adjust
your
any of our
mic-
prices?
And Cheryl would like
Okay,
to.
can I
provide
explain
us
from a
some
school
information.
perspective? Because I think you're saying the same things. So when a school buys t-shirts, if in fact the product itself costs $10, then it's likely the school would price the t-shirt at $10.50. I think what Avis is saying is that's going to look the same because you have a product price and a 4%. Now, if that product costs $9.50 and then the 4% brought it closer to 10, it'd be 10. So absolutely, schools will adjust the price accordingly in terms of the product and the 4%. Any money, and so some will round up and some it may not quite cover because it might be easier for that school to round it up to $10, even though the product costs $9.86, for example, right? Because they know that overall, the t-shirt that cost $8 was rounded up to 10. So schools, and that's always been the case. So I think you're saying the same thing. Schools will adjust the product price to account for the 4%, just like stores do or travel companies do or always done that. And so, yes, it's not, the school's not losing the 4%. And I think it's just the way it's being explained differently or understood differently. The product price always will include the 4%, right, moving forward. And so, and schools have always done that, except it was manually entered at a certain percentage.
And the schools only charged 2% when it was actually costing us 4%. But the division
And
picked
that
up
was
the
what the
other two.
division was paying, right? Because they manually entered 2 before the product price went up there. So, and then the school division was picking up the other 2%.
So parents will continue to pay the same prices for their fees and everything.
Well, no, because the prices will be adjusted to account for
Okay.
cost.
So that adjustment to price, that is my question. Has it happened or is it going to happen?
I think it probably depends on each school's individual fees. Like if they would have done those fees in
They
the
may
spring.
have created a buffer already.
Yeah.
And is it happening for products only or is it happening for school fees as well?
It would be for everything would include the buffer.
So if our school fees are going up in price so that we can cover the cost of this app we're using instead of an administrative person, why is that fee falling on the parents to cover the cost of this app instead of the division would have been paying an administrative person to have processed this? Why isn't the division absorbing the cost of processing these school fees from parents? Why are we going to adjust our prices and charge parents for that fee? Does that make any sense?
Go ahead, Ava.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, and now I think we're circling back again.
Yeah, we're circling back. I
to
think.
the cost of having to, if we had that administrative person doing everything manually, collecting cash, then I think we're just circling back to that is kind of, I think, what we're getting back to.
Point is that, okay, that responsibility for that paying that administrative person that $40 a year, is that the responsibility of the parent or the division?
Well, I guess because that's the fee. If that encompasses the fee, say it's for fundraising, that should be coming out of the parents' dollars versus the instructional costs that are now moving over to cover those costs.
But if it's not for fundraising, if it's for I'm paying an activity fee for
Correct.
my kid,
Yeah.
or I'm paying for their recorder so they can go to music class,
Yeah.
or I'm paying for them to have outdoor ed,
Mm-hmm.
should I be
Or I'm
paying an
paying-
administrative fee when my kid's going to class?
So what you'd be paying for fees are products or services or trips that are over and above a basic education. So a class may go on a field trip. A student may be taking band and renting a uniform. A student might be taking food services classes and need to pay for food. A student might be taking shop and need to pay for shop materials. All schools only charge fees where it's over and above what would be defined as a basic education. And so those are goods and or services and or experiences that our children and youth have that are over and above. And as such are charged, some of them are charged fees. And schools really only charge fees, and all parents have access to their school budgets where they only charge what they need to charge, right, to make those programs operate, because they are accountable and responsible for allocating those fees to what they've said they're for. So if a school says these are the fees for shop class, those fees must go into shop class. Or if they've said these fees are for a field trip to the swimming pool, that's where the fees must go to. So a school can only charge fees for the purpose that they express to parents. And so that's a cost then that's built into, and sometimes a school doesn't charge the total cost of a product. So they might say, for example, I mean, I was in a high school for years. So the art program is going to cost a school this much. The school's going to put in this much money. That doesn't mean that parents or the fee is the total cost of that program. It simply was charged to make that program work. Another example would be for a field trip. Sometimes a school council might say, hey, we'll put $500 towards the school field trip, and then that means there's this much money left that would have to be charged to parents to pay. Or it might be that a band does fundraising, and so the school fees for a band might not be the total cost of band or an instrument to band or uniforms to band. It would be what is left that to make that program viable that needs to be paid for those costs that are over and above a basic education. That makes sense?
Does make sense. I have one final question, and it's quick. Do athletic fees at high schools go through school cash online, things like football and basketball? Okay.
Any other questions? And Avis, you were done?
We need a
done this
motion.
part. Yeah, we need to have
Perfect.
a motion for the
Yep,
audit,
so
and
I'll
then
move
I'll
on
just
to
see
that.
these guys out, and then can I come back and do the
Oh,
budget
yeah.
update?
But we got to get a motion first.
Yes.
Yep. okay.
Beautiful.
So seeing no further questions and our presentation is done, move on to the motion. So that is in your board package. I'm just looking for somebody to make that motion. Christina,
Well,
Craig, go ahead.
I guess as the chair of the audit committee, I move that we accept the audit as presented by Avis and BDO.
If you can specify the year for
Oh,
us, please.
20,
The,
oh, it's
the
up there.
motion
Oh,
is there.
2021, 22. Yes. Okay, we approve.
Okay, so
Okay.
would you like to restate your motion?
Sure, why not?
Perfect.
It is recommended that the board approve the audited financial statement for 21, 22 fiscal year as presented.
Excellent. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for working together with our department and our
Thank you.
board and answering all of our questions. And we appreciate all the work that you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you. The auditors overtook my office because we gave up the auditor's room to our lead teachers. And so, yeah, I got displaced for a week and it was all good. Only potted plant. Yes, a potted plant casually.
Craig.
Before we proceed, as I'm looking at this agenda, I have a feeling that it's going to go past 6 o'clock. And because of that, I think it would be for my health, but other people, I think we need to take a break at 6 o'clock and have a supper, because I have found that in our previous meetings, once we get past 6 o'clock, and it keeps going and going and going, and it's not healthy, and some of our discussion gets waylaid. So I would just throw that out to the board that it would seem like we're going to go over, and I would appreciate, depending on what time we finish, of not getting sick again at eating late. So that's all I wanted to bring up, and
Okay.
it's up.
Any other comments in regards to that at this time? So I think as we get closer to 6, we can certainly take a look at that and knowing that piece. I do know that there are some snacks here at the division that can take care of a number of diabetic needs as well, but we can take a look at that as we get closer to 6. Okay, thank you. So with that, yes, yeah. Avis doesn't want to stay all night. Perfect. So we are going to move around in our agenda. We're going to 7.1. I will turn it over to you, Avis. I got to scroll on my computer, but I will turn it over to you.
More numbers, guys. Get excited. All right, so I'm pleased to present the 2022-2023 operating budget update, which is an update to our preliminary budget that was developed and approved in May of 2022. This budget has been updated for the September 30th enrollment counts and other updated information as for the budget development. So the operating budget takes the preliminary budget number of 135.96 million of revenues, which includes 2.5 million of reserves that have already received ministerial approval, and added the updated information for 2022-2023. So this includes 50,000 to support dual credit programs between high schools and Lethbridge post-secondary institutions, 360. Sorry, we're on this guy's too. There we go. 360,000 for new mental health and classroom pilot project. Boost for grades 2 to 4 of 219,000. This will hire 6 temporary FTE teachers for 16 weeks. 540,000 for facility lease grants, which is being passed to the 3 Christian schools. 66,000 to support Ukrainian students, which will be used within inclusive education. Teacher salary settlement of just over $1 million provided by Alberta Education since the ATA collective agreement was ratified in June of 2022, which occurred after the preliminary budget was completed. Enrollment growth of $115,000 to supplement funding from spring enrollment changes. And lastly, an additional $1.46 million in reserve funds. These costs include reserve spending in instruction, operations and maintenance, transportation, and system administration. So overall, when we combine the $135 million in the preliminary budget and the net increase of the 3.42, we result in 139.38 for the operating budget. This chart shows the overall change from the preliminary budget to the operating budget for revenues and allocations. The reserves is the area I want to bring your attention to, and we did just talk about this in the other one, so just to review. So there will be $220,000 for operations and maintenance. This is the same as the spring budget. $300,000 for transportation. This is increased by $100,000. $23,700 for system administration, which is new in the fall budget. $1.85 for school carry forward requests. We'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute. $540,000 for counseling, which was included in the spring budget. $300,000 to support staffing, which is new for the fall budget. And $742,000 for inclusive learning and PUF, which is the same as the spring budget. The one other item to note, because you can see here that this is 1.75, that there's also approximately $297,000 of school-based commitments also included in this account. So this is anything that the individual schools would have spent that hadn't been received by year end. Oh, sorry, Christine. Yeah.
And Avis, just while you're on this schedule, as Avis pointed out, we've had a ministerial approval for 2.5 million when we did the original budget in May. We will actually have to send an update requesting the additional 1.7 that we were using, which of course is mostly school reserves that we've told them they need to spend down. And so we'll submit a resubmit to get approval for that.
For that additional amount, absolutely. So now let's see how this is being allocated. So 76% of our budget is being spent on staffing. There are both increases in certificated and uncertificated staffing due to teacher and non-union salary increases. As well, from the preliminary budget, there's 5.5 FTE teachers that have been added to the budget, as well as 4.0 FTE for educational assistants. And this is coming from both reserve funding from the school levels, if schools wanted to add an additional staffing, as well as from new funding that was received. Other highlights within the budget include the Boost program, which will cover 6 FTE for 16 weeks, the facility lease costs, which will be included in service costs to the Christian schools, dual credit funding, which will help support the program between the division and Lethbridge's 2 post-secondary institutions, and lastly, the $360,000 that was received for mental health in schools pilot program that will be spent between staffing and supply costs. So for a bit more info for the school reserve carry forward balances, it has been broken down between elementary at approximately $492,000, middle school at $451,000, and high school at $905,000. These amounts are what each individual school has built up in surplus over the years. Each school was able to determine how best to spend their funds based on their needs. So included in that was staffing, equipment, supplies, furniture, technology have all been included in this. So the planning and spending is to ensure that the division is within the 3.15% reserve cap that's being implemented by Alberta Education by August 31st, 2023. The balance as of August 31st, 2022 is 5.29%, and our current projected balance is at for August 31st, 2023 is at 2.94. So while we only know our reserve balance once a year at year end, we're going to be doing monitoring, forecasting throughout the year to make sure that we are within that target. And if you simply cannot get enough budget information, there was the operating budget executive summary that was within your agenda package. So it breaks down everything a little bit more, and it will be posted on the website soon as well. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Craig.
Yeah, absolutely.
3 questions.
Yeah.
First of all, the surplus for schools, that is
Yes.
not school generated funds.
Correct. Those are 2 separate things. So yeah.
I guess I look at it and I wonder why some of our schools are keeping a surplus.
So some of it will be for long-term projects that they knew that they wanted to build. So then finally we were like, okay, you've got enough money. Let's buy that furniture. Let's build that technology.
Instructional. It's supplies and services also?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. The money the government gave us for the ATA contract,
Yes.
that does not include Grid Creek, does it?
No.
Right?
Build that into the average cost of salaries when we do an estimate at budget.
Okay.
When we estimate we estimate retirements, that sort of thing.
Right.
So it's part of that.
But the government doesn't pay for it.
No, no.
Yeah, okay. And, system administration, the 23, was that the public school board's
Correct.
fee?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Oh, yeah, Christina.
Christina, go ahead.
For the mental health piece, the 360, is that the grant from around that digital education piece? Because that was listed as 260. So I just want to clarify if it's 260 or 360. Or if I'm talking about two projects. In the report from Executive Council, it says 260. And then in this one, it says 360.
I believe it's
double check.
Avis would have the
I
correct
was-
number.
yeah,
It would be
I'm just a bit
360.
capable.
Yes,
Just wanted
Avis
to-
would have the correct
Even better.
number.
Great. I'm
Yeah.
even more happy.
And it also, because it is, I've included the full amount in this year's budget because we just, it has to be spent by December 2024. So we can straddle years if need be. I've included it all in this budget. If it's a restricted fund, so say by end of August 31st, we've only spent 200,000, then that amount will be carried forward to be spent in 23, 24. That seems weird to say. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And where is the dual credit 50,000 grant? Is that from Alberta Education?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the division itself supplements that program. And then this summer they announced that they were going to add. So that's been added to the program itself has about 130,000. So then now this 50,000 has been added to that location.
So in looking at the human resources piece where we have the change in the support staff. So when we look at the operating budget from the comparison from this total after September 30th compared to last year's operating budget, is it a difference of the 5 FTs from?
Are you talking about the 5.64 there? Or, yeah. So we went from, in the prelim, we went from 648 FTE of certificated, and then now we're at the 653.
Sorry, I'm talking about the support staff.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. So yeah, we went from, where are we here? Yeah, we went from 4.7 to 4.73. So when we round that up, it's 4 to the 4 additional educational assistants.
Okay, but from the previous year's operating budget,
Correct.
we're down 5.
Correct.
From that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's from the decrease in the PUF and the kindergarten severe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
then-
Sorry for that confusion. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
okay.
I wasn't sure which. Yeah.
And then, so in our package, it's on this one here, human resources. Okay. And then when I look at the chart that you've included, which is great for us to see that comparison, when we look at the support staff there from, I can't see on the printed, it's easier on my,
Oh, that it's
computer.
gone. Yeah, that it has
Um,
decreased over.
okay,
Yeah.
so when I look at the 2018-19, and so we have gone down 45 FTEs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so 45 FTEs from 2018 to now, and we've increased with 500 more students from that time period.
That is correct.
Okay, so
You got to look at where the students increased because we dropped, we lost a lot of, our EAP has gone down by, I think it's 2/3 almost
yeah.
from what it was.
Yeah.
And then also the kindergarten dropped quite a bit. So and those were highly intensive with support staff. And so that's where you're seeing the big drop.
Cheryl?
I think what would be helpful for an informed perspective on this, and we can certainly come back with that, is having an understanding of where those assistants were assigned and where they've been reduced, right? Because I think it's important for rather than say, well, the division has dropped this many education assistants, we need to know from where and why, right? And in what programs were there significant reductions in numbers of students, right?
It's important to point out is the budget is at a point in time and we set the money to spend it. And then as we go, some staff may leave and then we hire, and sometimes then you can hire more during the year. So they're point in time comparisons. And so, I mean, if sometimes that number and what HR is actually working with sometimes are a little different throughout the year because of the difference in staff moving all the time.
Okay, Craig and then Andrea.
So of those 474 FTE support staff, does that include caretaking and admin? It would be nice maybe to have a breakdown of when you're going to give us the breakdown of caretakers and admin assistants and then EAs, just so that we're better equipped at
Yeah,
that.
I think we have
And I
actually
thought-
in the
you know what, I
detail
actually-
in the
yeah.
detailed budget document
We might
that was
have
put out in the spring. It has a
Mhm.
breakdown of all that stuff, but over 5 years.
Okay,
It's actually EAs, advanced EAs, caretakers, all that. It is actually broken out in
Okay.
detail. It's in the detailed budget.
I
So-
will try to find it.
So actually, Avis will probably be able to update that for the
Mhm.
September 30th
Absolutely.
and have that document.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Andrea?
Andrea, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
As Cheryl said and as Craig said, do we have an opportunity to talk about that when we can look at that more detailed then? Maybe a meeting of the whole or?
Yep.
Yes.
Sure. Jenny.
The proposed, I guess I should say the reserved spending for 2023, reserve spending, sorry. Is this proposed or is this already decided?
So it is subject to ministerial approval, but they have been encouraging school boards to spend their reserves. So I don't anticipate there being any.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
majority of the change
Yeah.
from the May budget is the schools.
Yes.
Because the schools did not spend the amount of money in the fiscal year 21-22 that they said they did. And so we said to them, okay, you need to get down to 3.15 by the end of the school year. So you see it's a significant increase.
Mhm.
And then there was an increase in transportation because we needed to add an extra 100,000 there to support the program.
So in these amounts that we have scheduled for reserve spending usage, I know there was extensive discussion around the budget last spring about how we would anticipate perhaps using the reserve spending. And so we did talk a lot about the government requirement coming up and having to get our reserves down to a certain percentage. And we did identify as a board some of our areas of greatest concern that we would like to see things allocated into. And so I'm wondering if we can get more understanding of how these decisions were made and what each of these.
Yeah, absolutely. So each school has their own. So let's just use like big numbers here. So a school has been allocated $1 million for 21-22. And that goes to staffing, that goes to supplies, all of that, anything that's within the school. So say through in the year, they only spent $900,000. So they've got $100,000 left over as of August 31st, 2022. So that is their money, that is their reserve fund to then spend on how they see fit. Maybe they're saving for some furniture. Maybe they're saving for some technology that's above and beyond the evergreening. Maybe they're saving for, they want to supply their own staff, like they want to increase staffing. I know the high schools kind of do that a little bit more because they have all the option programs. So they have that money. So then each individual school, I've got their listing of how much each school had. I emailed them each individually and was like, okay, here's your reserve balance. Here's the amount you have left based on your percentage of your expenses. This is what your reserve balance is at. Some schools were at like 1%, some were at 18, like some were quite large. So I said, okay, there needs to be a plan because you have to get down to 3.15 because if you don't, that money is going to be sent back to Alberta Education. And so I think it should be being spent on if the school has the particular reason and the particular need. I don't know if taking it from taking it from this pot to go, and I know that there were other areas to address, but then moving it over here, I don't know if that's it would upset, I think, the schools. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm, so this one that's like this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
all school reserve.
So the 1.85
The
is
1.85 is school
correct.
reserves.
Yes.
So what I'm wondering about is the
The
we've
remaining ones?
allocated, yeah, 540 to additional funding for counseling and 300 to support staffing. And so
So those were, most of those were already approved in the spring budget, so you would have approved that already, Jenny. So you, and then there was the additional one was in transportation was 100,000, but
And
what was the other, there was PUF that we added reserves, inclusive learn?
Yeah, inclusive learning and PUF was in the spring.
Yeah.
And plant operations and maintenance was also in the spring.
Spring.
The ones that have been added for the fall budget update are mainly the schools, because that they worked on that in October. Kind of here was after the year, like after the year end was kind of started with the auditors, we had our numbers. Okay, here's our reserve balances. Here's where we're at the end of the year. Then those were sent to the schools, and it was like, okay, now you need to, this is what you're at. We need to get down to the 3.15. Then that's the main one. Then we added 100,000 to transportation, and then the 24,000 from system administration. So each of those do have their own reserve funds. Like each of the, like instruction has their own, planned operation, maintenance, transportation, system admin, and external services. Each have their own reserve.
okay.
Is that kind of what you were more meaning to?
So
Okay.
the 540,000 that's going to additional fund for counseling.
Correct.
What is that? What is, sorry?
That was from and it was from instructional. It was within the instructional, and then 100,000 came from system administration.
Okay. And what is the 23,700 for system admin?
That is to cover the public school board membership.
That was approved it was approved in June after the May budget.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Oh, wait, I did have one more question,
Yeah.
sorry. When you were going through the funding updates in the
Yeah.
green,
Yeah.
you mentioned something about funding for Ukrainian students.
Correct.
And I missed, oh, there it is, Ukrainian students. Do we have, how many Ukrainian students do we have? And do we have funding for refugee and immigrants, or just specifically for Ukrainian?
Yeah, so we get funded for for refugees. We'll exclude the Ukrainian group for a minute. Refugees, we get funded 5,500 a student for on a weighted moving average. So same weighted moving for their first 5 years is funded, and so we have there's about 240, I think, that are considered funded, but I think we have about 400 of them that have been here longer. And then there's then longer than the 5 years. And then there's the Ukrainian. They're even though they're considered refugees, they're considered under they've got a special code because they're Alberta Education's tracking them, and they also they're getting 5,500 per student, so they're not even on the weighted moving average. So that's a good thing. And there's about 13 that qualified under the refugee status right now. We're not, a lot of the refugees are going to Calgary, and the Ukrainian refugees going to Calgary and Edmonton. We have 13.
That was just like, yeah, like a one-time kind of offshoot kind of, here's some additional funding for that. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, you bet.
Craig?
So the 5,500 for refugees and then the Ukrainian students, is that on top of the per person, per pupil grant?
Yes.
And
The weighted moving average, yeah.
And so then, like you said, and so my understanding from what you explained is that if we had a refugee, let's say from Afghanistan, they would get the per pupil grant plus an extra 5,500 for 5 years.
That's correct.
And is the 5,500 on the weighted moving average?
Yes, except for the Ukrainian.
Except for the
Yeah.
Ukrainians. Okay.
I have a couple of questions. One is under instruction with supplies. So the change from the preliminary budget to the after September 30th with the supplies is a difference of 500,000.
So are you looking under like, sorry, where are we looking? I just want to double
I think
check.
my mic might be dying.
So the instruction,
You know, the instruction details?
yep. So we're looking at this instruction, like this breakdown here. Okay, and we're looking at the service contract supplies for the school generated funds. Like the 6.6 to the, like it was the 7.4 to the 6.6.
No, I think she's looking at the supplies line, 2.2 to 2.7.
Perfect. Yes.
We're looking at the 2.2 to the 2.7.
Yep.
So a lot of that is the reserves as well, is what's the school
Okay.
reserve. So it's
Okay.
like how it would break down is I would email the school and be like, you have $100,000 of spending. And then they would write me back and be like, okay, I'm going to spend 50,000 on technology, 30,000 on numeracy supplies. Like, so anything that wasn't basically a capital furniture will fall in there. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Absolutely.
And then can you just describe to me or explain commitments from prior year?
Yes.
The 297,000.
Absolutely. So that
Thank
is
you.
anything that the schools would have purchased in 21-22 that hasn't either arrived or was completed. Like it's a timing thing. So it's in process, whether it has arrived yet or the service has not been delivered. That's what that is. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's, you bet.
And then I have a simple question that's
Yeah, of
either a
course.
yes or no.
Yeah.
It has Alberta Home and School, and I'm just wondering, and you may not be familiar with the fact that that has changed years and years and years and years and years ago to Alberta School Councils Association. So I'm wondering if it's something we can change in the program or if it's something we cannot.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
absolutely we can. Yeah, I
Simple
know.
yes. So-
There's some stuff that is carried forward that definitely I can certainly clean up. Absolutely,
Okay.
you bet.
Oh yeah, no
Oh, yeah,
worries. I just didn't
absolutely.
know if it was like a program thing
Oh
where it's
yeah,
like
no,
it can't change it.
we can definitely change
So
that.
pretty simple yes or no.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Any other questions? Seeing none, my understanding is this is not, we don't need approval. It was just for information.
Right? Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect.
So I appreciate you coming. Oh, Jenny has a question. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
I wanted to say thank you
Oh
because
yes, of course.
you are so good at giving us understanding into something so complicated.
Oh,
So
well,
thank you.
good.
And Avis has now completed her first full year cycle with finance and budget. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you did this all by yourself and presented it to us. So you did great. Thank you very much. I think just having the infographic and the way that you presented is great. It's able for us to take a look and then we can go into the details and just being able to answer our questions. And I think we'll still always come back with maybe sometimes the same question that we asked because we didn't understand it the first time, but we appreciate your yes, yeah, lots of complexities. And especially with us looking already, like when we were preparing for today, it was the audited financial statements as well as all of this. So it was a lot and just going, okay, what my question was over there. No, my question was over there. So yes. So we appreciate that. Avis, thank you very much. Perfect. Okay, so we can now move back to our regular agenda items. So 6.2 is donations and support. I need to scroll, so if you need to get back to where you are in your agenda, you're good. 6.2. Give us a minute. Yep. Okay, 6.2 is
Okay.
donations, and Cheryl's ready to start.
And so we've got the usual report on donations. Last month, I think it was Trustee Whitehead pointed out that we sort of missed Victoria Park and their amazing driver experience program. So we've got that list in there, generous donation from the Lethbridge region Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, $15,000. And actually, it's interesting because we were meeting with that school this morning and the administration was saying they have kids in the car like 4 hours a day, nonstop, and with lots of volunteers. And so there is certainly a program that's being accessed. And then, of course, that falls into the Victoria Park goal of experiential learning and that the pathways to adulthood. And ability to have a pathway to work. The medicine shop, great generous donation, $5,000, again to Victoria Park for to 5 graduating students to assist with their transition to post-secondary education. I've already talked about the Try a Trade earlier, and my goodness, over 300. I said 200 in there, but I was mistaken because I typed this up before. It was done 300 students, and so I decided we should really list the businesses in here that went that were part of the Try a Trade piece. And so, like I said, those businesses opened their doors 2 evenings to have students come in and experience the trade in their buildings. So that's why they're there. Nicholas Sharon had a generation from Ron Hall and Atlas MSP and Bryce Berry for their breakfast and nutrition program. And Lethbridge Christian School, 500 from Kim Ankerman towards their music program. And Galbraith, 200 individual bags of chips from PepsiCo, and hot dogs and buns for the grade 5 volleyball tournament concession. And Gilbert Patterson, 800 from Devin Cooch towards Patterson Athletics. And we had Senator Joyce Fairbairn, another generous donation for Derek Grimes for their esports team. As you know, that's growing in popularity everywhere. And so that's what we have this month. And I always appreciate knowing if we've missed, if you know of places that we've missed. We do our best to do a call out to have, because of course things go directly to schools that we don't necessarily know about.
Craig?
I'd just like to go on record again, like you've indicated, the amount of companies that are opening their doors for students to try a trade is unbelievable. And I hope that program continues to grow because it's a valuable one for these students.
Yep, and really shows the hard work, certainly, of our off-campus coordinator, right? Yep. That was a lot of work putting that. And Garrett, you were part of that planning too. He doesn't. Garrett's humble. He doesn't. He's modest. He doesn't.
Well, I'd like to thank our the people that work under the administration to develop that, because that is a lot of hard work.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. And now 6.3, acknowledgements of excellence in schools.
And they're all great schools, and two more great schools for the acknowledgement of excellence this month. We have Lethbridge Christian School. And, I have to say, Lethbridge Christian uses amazing language. Like, I like their language, like flourishing school. They've got the purpose in there. And so they really express themselves well. And they are really focusing on flourishing together as a school and centering what they do on relationships and building capacity. And as a Christian alternative school, they certainly weave the faith-based lens and perspective through everything they do as a school. And so they also talk about exploring learning in new ways. And of course, the resources that they're implementing and the area of well-being and, just showcasing students and the talents they have and the different programs that they have. And like our other schools, just sort of that re-engagement of the parent community. And because it of course has a whole different feel now that we can have people in and families in and have events and host events and that type of thing. And so they're, as it says at the end, they're very excited to be in 22-23. And Dr. Robert Plaxton, I mean, my goodness, you visit that school and I call that a showcase of, I would say, really, it would be a hub of research for sound pedagogical practice and best practice in a school in terms of the types of things that they're doing in their classrooms are just amazing. When we've talked about thinking classrooms, we've talked about UDL, Universal Design for Learning, we've talked about literacy best practice, numeracy best practice. You're going to see it all in that school for sure, Robert Plaxton. When we talk about generative dialogue, inquiry-based professional learning, it's always interesting. If you go in there, you're going to find, because it's embedded in their day where teachers have collaborative time together where they're exploring a generative question. And so it's fun to go over there and just even listen to what teachers are focusing on. And so in your report, you've got some amazing events that the schools had. And just like all other schools, the turnout is great, right? In terms of parents are just happy to be back. Kids are loving that their parents can be part of things again. And of course, they've got their extracurricular volleyball, their special places and spaces that they've got. Their maker space in the Learning Commons is unbelievable. And we've already talked about how Andy was a forerunner, and Jesse Sadlowski invited to give a presentation for a global conference in their visual, digital, their novel things. And so they're excited to have another year. Great. And I know both the schools, whether you're their executive member or not, or their trustee or not, they love to have visitors and show off their schools.
Excellent. Thank you.
Keep going.
Any questions? Seeing none, keep going.
I'll keep going. Board, this is a quick one. Board strategic planning, because I can certainly bring this back because this doesn't give you much think time. So the strategic planning session is scheduled for March 2nd and 3rd. That's been on your work plan schedule for a while. It's an opportunity for the board to set their strategic direction. And so what I need now, or Kristen needs, what we both need, are two things: location, as well desired outcomes and processes for the strategic planning session. You can think about the desired outcomes and processes because this has been a busy meeting. So, because certainly we can have it in December, right? We can bring it back, or committee of the whole. Yep. So I'd like you to really be thinking about what is it that you want? What is your desire for the outcome of the strategic planning? So I'll bring that back to the board. That's to think about. We don't have to do that today. But what would be helpful for today is for the board to let us know what you were thinking in terms of location. Kristen, did you get a chance to check out some of those places and their cost? Okay. Any thoughts about places you want us to check out?
Craig?
Well, I think it would be valuable if we got away from Lethbridge. And so when we're together at night, we can have informal discussion and then come back the next day. And then I just think it's good to just get away from a 9 to 5 or 9 to 4 or whatever. And then you go home and you come back. To me, it's the informal discussion that really is generative and can help us in our decision making. So I wouldn't mind going to a different location just because it does help. And I think it would help with the unity of the board and that too.
Other trustee comments? Jenny?
For myself, I prefer local. Sorry, Craig. Partially in March, weather is unpredictable. And traveling can be dangerous. But also just the stress and strain on families to require overnight can be something to be considered.
Christina and then Christine.
I'd also like a lower cost one. We've already allocated an additional 23 point something thousand for system administration for board expenses, and so I'd like to have a lower cost.
Christine?
I was just going to speak to the cost piece too, but I agree with the need to go beyond 9 to 5 and have that casual time. So I think it's just important, if that's everything, if that's what everybody wants, that we be intentional with that evening time together. And I think we can still accomplish that here. And I think the location from last year was fine. I don't know, it'd be good to see what is the most cost-effective place.
One comment that I made in
regard
to the location last year was that for us to do our best thinking, and when we're 2 days in a basement, it might be beneficial to have just some looking outside and being able to not be in a basement somewhere. I didn't think that the size-wise was too bad, but I was also not the presenters, so. Okay, so we're wanting a bit bigger than last year, and for me, I would like to see some type of window. I had suggested potentially the country club down as a potential. So Other thoughts on in town or out of town? I'm kind of hearing majority potentially of just staying in town, but with that intentional evening activity. Tyler?
Say the country club might be able to do things now. They had an issue before with their kitchen. So, but we have done it at Paradise. So that's I don't know. The country club's iffy because whether or not their kitchen's open and stuff, but Paradise I think is similar
Same idea.
and
Yeah. And at Paradise, you would still have the windows and be able to actually have some fresh air and okay. And
There you go. Oh.
Tyler.
Okay, so if
So
I'm
Tyler,
if I'm
you're
hearing the
wanting
board,
in
we'll-
town. Okay, Andrea, in town, out of town.
Go either way, but I traveling in March.
Okay.
You don't want to be in a car with me. I'm
So
sorry.
I'm hearing majority would be for in town. So you have some advice there, Cheryl?
Right, and so while Kristen and I will start to check out some places, and the board will be good with, I'll check with Allison then before we make the final decision, and we'll go ahead with that. Perfect.
Yep, perfect. And then we'll move the rest of that item to either committee of the whole or December board meeting. Perfect. Moving on to provincial grants. I know you covered this already a little
Right, and
bit.
yeah, so you've already been apprised through the budget update and so forth. I've typed in wrong, Morg typed one in wrong, I typed the other. It's $360,000 for the mental health school pilot program funding. And so that funding comes into place, well, as soon as we get it, certainly, and we're already starting to advertise for staffing. And then it goes until December 2024. So it's 2 years. And it's digital education and intervention in Lethbridge School Division. And it gives that explanation there. We've had as I've mentioned, high level of digital citizenship issues throughout the pandemic, so much so that it's impacting the overall wellness of our students and staff. And so as part of the project, we'll secure a teacher, a digital citizenship educator, as well as a social worker is the goal, a digital citizenship worker to support digital citizenship and learning. And so our teacher, of course, will be that capacity in schools and with teachers and do work with students in classes. The social worker will be more if there are things that that can assist a family in moving forward if there's issues with social media use and digital citizenship and they're struggling with their children. So I'm really excited about that. I really do think that it is on the cusp of having something innovative in terms of addressing mental health, because certainly a lot of mental health issues are grounded or rooted. If you take a look at what's the root problem, social media and that idea of security, anxiety, depression, all those things, a lot of that is grounded in social media. Learning disruption funding, we're excited to finally get that. It was applied for long ago. And so we'll be getting going on the assessment, training of the educators that we hire, and implementation of the programs as outlined in my document.
Any questions? Seeing none, you can carry on to, actually, let's take a moment at this time because I think student illness, there may be some questions in regards to that. So as we approach 6 o'clock, we know that we're going to be going past 6 o'clock. So I'll look shortly for a motion to move past that time. We have had a request in regards to dinner. One option is that we can certainly offer to order in for those that feel that they need to have a meal, whether that's for medical reasons or they wish to have one, or we can take a break. So just looking for, I don't know that we'll be a lot past 6 o'clock. Like I think we'll be here for sure at 7 still, but I don't know that we'll be here a lot past that, just my look at the agenda. So looking for any input, and we can certainly order through Skip the Dishes for a meal for you, Craig.
Well, order a meal, yeah. I do think it's valuable to take a half an hour break because honestly, look at the lack of, I just remember at ASBA how it continued to go on and on and on, and it doesn't do anybody any good without a break. And quite frankly, we've been here, we've had some heavy duty discussion, we've had some interesting questions, but I think we need a break and just to be able to talk to one another generally. So that's and skip the dishes would be fine.
Okay, so I'll look to others for their input. Andrea, you were going to say something?
I was just going to say if we could order a meal for Craig. I'm fine.
Yep. Jenny?
I support, if he wants to get a meal, that I support that for sure. I would prefer not to take a full half-hour break. If we could make it shorter, I would prefer to do so.
So at this point, I'm not hearing, I know that some of us have other commitments. I need to be at the college to sign something prior to 8 o'clock. So I can't stay much past that 7:30 mark. So I would not be in agreement to have a half-hour break when we're that close to finishing. So perfect. Okay, so nobody else is needing a meal. So I will ask Craig to work together to figure out the meal part. And then I will look for a motion for us to extend our meeting past 6. So Christine is making that motion, and those in favor of us moving past 6 o'clock. And that's carried. Okay, so now we will move on to student illness trends, Cheryl.
So you would have all received this information at the beginning, distributed hard copy at your table. And so first of all, I want to say thank you, Garrett, for putting this together. Thank you, HR, for doing the staff absenteeism. I'm not sure who did it, but it was thank you for that. And thank you to who's tech team, right? The tech team is the one who's sort of built a program that we can begin to have sort of an ongoing monitoring of this. And so I just wanted to make a few. So Kristen, have we got the absent report to put up on screen? Yeah, okay. Well, just what about the broad audience? Okay, so I just want to, everyone's got a copy. So just want to point out, what is it that we're reporting? Because of course, what's very, very difficult about any system is whether or not how parents are reporting absenteeism, number one, right? Has some variability. And so what you have here isn't absences due to illness. What you have on the sheet is total absences, because absences due to illness are just simply not necessarily valid entries by secondary, by high school, middle school, or elementary parents. And that's okay, because really the point is, are we really measuring over time the same thing? That's the point, right? It doesn't have to. So when we take a look, now we have measures from November 9th. I've asked the tech team to do it twice a week. So we have it Monday, Wednesdays, which is really good data. And so you'll notice I also asked that they split out high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, because what level is the most accurate reading of absenteeism? Elementary. Because at high school, if the student misses one class, they're absent for the day, right? So that means if they sleep in the morning, they're absent. If they leave early in the afternoon, they're absent. And so high school, as you can see, if you go down there, 25%, 26%, that's not really because we had a quarter of our kids gone for sickness or anything like that. That's because if that means 1/4 of the students in high school missed one of their classes, at least one. Now, some would be sick. But really the point with high school is, do we have a consistent measure over time, right? Is it increasing, decreasing? So for example, on November 9th, 27% for high school. And then we go, November 28th, 25%. So we're good, we're stable, right? So in other words, we know we don't have huge, all of a sudden off the rails increase in illness at that level. Middle school, same thing. We had 18% November 9th and 20% November 28th. And middle school is the same. If they miss one period of the day, they're on our system, they're absent. And so that's not 100% more reliable, because middle school students are more likely not to miss just one class. High school students are very mobile, and so may leave early or come late. Elementary, they're the ones who are the sort of that we know that typically if an elementary student misses, they miss. They're gone for the day. So they're the most reliable read in terms of percentage of absenteeism. And so November 9th, we had 14%. November 28th, we had 18%. As you can see, it skips around a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that 18%. And then of course the percentage is overall that percentage piece, right? From the 19, 18, 18, 18, and look out, and then 20. So we'll keep an eye on that. Absentee report staff, maybe I'll let Mike, is there anything you want to add about that?
Yeah, last year in my board reports, I would give you these updates. So, you know, you've seen this data before. But we've started retracking it in October just to kind of keep an eye on things. And essentially right now, these numbers are pretty typical for November. So, you know, anywhere from 4 to 6% of our staff away due to illness is pretty typical. That 11 to 12% is pretty typical. Usually about half of our absences are due to illness. Depends, it varies. So right now, based on the data, it's within normal baseline. Doesn't mean that that can't change. We're monitoring it closely, and it tends to go like this a little bit. And we expect that we'll see some ups as we get into December here. The other thing is this doesn't give you the school context. So it is possible that you might hear from a school like, whoa, we've got something going through our school. We're missing staff, that sort of thing. And that definitely happens. And of course, depending on the size of the school, if you're missing 6 staff members at Chinook or you're missing 6 staff members at General Stewart, those are very different impacts on the overall functioning of the school, just because of the sheer size of the staff. So, so divisionally right now, we're keeping an eye on it. We seem to be doing okay with replacements, that sort of thing, but we'll be prepared to, if we need to shift and figure things out, then we will. And unfortunately or fortunately, whichever way you look at it, we had a lot of experience with that last year. So yeah, hopefully we don't have to go back to that, but we'll keep an eye on it. And we are keeping a close eye on it.
Andrea and then Craig.
When you do see a school getting to say 30%, do you reach out to them and find out what's happening and offer some support?
Yeah, absolutely. Depends on the context. Usually when we're talking about from a staffing perspective, then generally speaking, our office, usually it'll be Jolene and Katie will be the 2 point people. Katie's usually the point person for teacher subs. Jolene will be for support staff. So we'll work fairly closely with the school to see what we can do to help them out, make sure they have subs, make some of those calls, maybe get subs if we can in advance and say, we're going to need you at this school these next couple of days. Show up, we'll tell you where we need you, that sort of thing. So yeah, we definitely do that. And then, you know, so those folks will be the first point of contact. And then, you know, it could be more like Cheryl, myself getting involved too, if you know, if things are really problematic. Yeah.
Craig.
So on the student absences, that percentages doesn't necessarily mean they're all sick, correct?
Correct. All absences are because the illness piece is not reliably checked off.
Right.
I guess. And so like we'd really only have, if we had only the illness, we'd have like 2%. And so I worked with the tech team quite a bit on what's the most reliable data and with schools. And so when I saw the 2, I thought that's impossible. There's more illness than that. And so and they said, well, and then I talked to some parents, actually I think Jenny was like, and schools, and they says, well, parents don't necessarily check off illness because it's not what you necessarily see, especially for those who use the app or whatever, like parents will just check off excused.
Right.
Because there's not a good distinction in the way we've done things between excused. Of course, if kids sick, they're excused. And so I don't blame parents in being careless. I'm just saying it's unreliable in terms of how we've organized it. And so we're better off saying total absenteeism. Then if all of a sudden it skyrockets, we know that would be due to illness, right? Because there wouldn't be, unless there's some other phenomena in the community, there wouldn't be any other reason.
Exactly. And just compare it to last year, Mike. away due to illness for staff, that's lower than what it was last year, correct?
Yeah, so last year, so around this time, this would be about a typical number for November. When things got really bad last year, don't quote me on the exact figures, but we were getting up around 9% away due to illness on any given day. That was a pretty high number. We start to struggle when we get in that 7 to 8% range. That usually is a sign that I should say you'll get a day or two of 7. You start to get consistent in that 7, 8, 9% range, then that's challenging.
And that, when we're doing staff, that includes certificated and non-certificated, right? Okay, thank you.
Christine.
Quick question. If parents use safe arrival to mark absences, regardless of the reason, why are we unable to get a more accurate representation of high school absences? Like, I'm just wondering the correlation and even though if they miss one class, they're marked absence as a whole, but if parent says they will come in at 10 and then they're in, how is there that miss of communication?
Because each class has its own distinct attendance. So if I miss an entire physics class, I've missed an entire physics class. I'm absent from that class, right? If I've missed an entire English class at the end of the day, I've missed an entire English class. I'm absent for the day.
So is it count? So if you miss 4 classes, are you absent 4 times? Are you 4 numbers or are you still 1 absent?
So when you get, I'm imagining, I haven't seen how it's reported in their report cards, but I'm imagining that you probably, when you get a reporting of when parents get reporting, they'll see, Zach missed 2 English classes, 5 math classes, 20 phys ed classes. And so it'd be the opposite. That's what I'm teasing. It'd be the opposite of that. I'm saying the opposite of what would likely. So in other words, it's by each class, but that's not to say that they're counted as if they miss that many days of school. It's by class. Does that make sense?
And I'm not seeing any more questions. So thank you for all of the work that went into preparing that, because I know it was not just one person, Cheryl, it was a number of departments and areas. So thank you. Moving on to our calendar of events. The December calendar is there, and just
we're always happy to hear if we missed anything. Did we miss anything? We always did. Christina.
Can we please add December 8th community conversations at 4 p.m. at the YMCA? December 13th. Sorry, I just don't want to go too fast for Christmas. December 13th at 1 p.m. for Poverty Intervention Committee. And December, I'm not sure if we're adding the December 13th Community Engagement Committee at 7 p.m.
Change the committee of the whole to December 5th.
Is there a community conversation on the 8th?
Community conversation
we
on
mentioned
December 8th.
Oh, you just
Yep,
I
at the
saw
Y.
it. I
That's
was
okay.
reading it. I'm
So, Kristen, with this many changes, can we just make note to send the updated dates to the board? Are there any others?
Christine?
December 5th Facilities Committee.
11:30.
Any others, or we're good? Tyler?
I had a question. Seems like as good of a place as any. I believe that historically we have had dinner after the board meeting in December. Is that still a plan, or?
We had decided as a board that we were doing something on January 10th as a board. So that was at a previous meeting that we had discussed that. So
Like at the committee of the whole, you're saying?
it was January 10th that we had decided to have a Christmas gathering. Decided to move it to after Christmas, just with a lot of our schools, as you'll see in another item here, with all the Christmas celebrations that our schools are doing. We don't have time as trustees to go for dinner together, more so to be participating with our schools. We look to doing that in January instead. And the
And we
date,
set a date and a thing and
yeah,
everything.
it
and
was a date of January 10th.
Somehow I missed this. Okay.
Yeah, so it was at a meeting. I can't remember which one, but
was
I
at a
know I
board
had
meeting.
told Kristen to book Tuesday, January 10th, for a dinner. And
Yep.
Moxie, 6 p.m.
Yes. Yep.
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, so it sort of just moves forward with that rather than a separate gathering. So we'll call it, rather than a Christmas dinner, well, a New Year's dinner.
Andrea and then Craig.
There is an ATA meal we're invited to next week.
Oh, yes,
Is that
December
right?
7th,
Yeah,
December
December
7th?
7th, ATA.
ATA Christmas celebration.
At
It's
the
on December
Inmax.
7th.
You
And
know what
everybody
time?
had the invitation 5
Yep, at the NMAX.
You don't, we're out of town.
at NMAX.
And parking's paid.
There we go. And you needed to RSVP, please, if you were planning to attend. Yesterday. Or not.
And tomorrow, there's a meet and greet, so you can go down and meet our trustee and our administration that's going on Team Lethbridge, plus other people.
Correct, and that was part of our November calendar of
Oh,
events.
was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
so perfect.
And just so you know, I will be joining you from California on the 10th. And so you can enjoy your meal without me.
Okay. So let's move on to our next item, which is 8.3, our division assurance results report. And I need to scroll
You're
ahead.
flying. I don't know if you've noticed, I'm a little disordered. Already, I've got my.
Give us a couple moments while we all find our 8.3.
Yes, let's take a minute to find our report.
Yes. So I think most of us have found where we're at 8.3 for the assurance plan. It is for anybody that's watching, it is a link available in the package. You click on the link and it is on our website. So you can take a look at that and Cheryl's going to discuss it for us.
And so it's a lengthy document, and I know I don't need to read the document to you, but instead I'll sort of highlight how it's structured so that people can sort of navigate and say, oh, okay, that's why things are in different spots. And so, of course, at the beginning, and this is a requirement of Alberta Education as part of its assurance framework. All boards are required to do. There's 3 big documents boards have to do. One you already did, which was your audited financial statements. One of them is your assurance report. And the third is your assurance results report. So the assurance plan you approved in May. This is the results report for what we did last year. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. So in other words, these are the results of our plan that we had implemented last year. So here's how we did on last year's plan, basically is what this is about. And so we'll have you scrolling through, Kristen, as I go. So we're going to go to, I'm on message from board chair. This will go from that. So of course, we've got a nice message there from Allison. We'll keep going. Accountability statement from the province, and then the vision, mission, and board of trustees and senior administration. And so those are all there for the public to see. I'm on the assurance domain page. And what that page does is it explains to the public, because it can get confusing, because there's the assurance domains are required elements of our planning and reporting by the province. Those are required by the province, and that's the circle piece, right? Where we've got the student growth and development, teaching and learning, learning supports, governance, and local and societal context. And so those are sections of our planning, and they also have to be addressed in our reporting. And so what I've done there is given that visual and how they link to the board's priorities as they were in 2021, 2022, right? So domain, local, and societal context, if we scroll, this is very similar to what you reviewed and read and is located in our assurance plan. It's required both in the plan and in the reporting. So in other words, what they're doing is they're saying, are you paying attention to your context, your population, your demographics, your growth, unique populations within your division, and all of those pieces. So if you turn to page 7, and there's a graph there, and I know it's difficult to see there, but certainly it breaks down the student demographics. Now remember, and we won't do it now, but we'll do it. Here's your quiz for next board meeting. Can you find the dashboard that shows both your financial ongoing reporting to the public, you and the public, and can you find your other domains on the dashboard that includes our demographics, because that's there. Anyone in the public can go on that dashboard and click on that, as well as our other results. And so as you can see, our student demographics as of for 21-22 last year is broken down there for you. And so that's good information for the public, for you as a board. The staff, there's a staff section as part of the context, and that's there for you as well. And it's down below. It gives you a sense of the activity that happens in human resources with, having sourced all of those positions with 4,668 candidates. 1,232 moved. Moved means moved to next steps, shortlisted, interviewed, reference checked, those types of next steps in human resources, and the hired piece. And if we keep going, trends, issues, and opportunities. Certainly what I write about there is, what were some of the things we were dealing with in 21, 22 that are important, including still at that time, the educational delivery in the context of the pandemic. And so that's part of that. And again, that's because it was last school year. And then we give because we're just so proud of ourselves, there's a great big long list of accomplishments, which I always get excited about because I ask each department to give me their accomplishments. And so I'd really encourage the board to take the time to go through that list of accomplishments because it gives you a sense of, oh my goodness, we do great things in Lethbridge School Division, and things that really impact schools, impact kids, impact families. And so if you can, I'm not going to read through 27 celebrations, but certainly encourage the board to do that. So you'll go to the overall summary for fall 2022. So that's our overall accountability assurance measures. And so the rest of the report drills down into these. All right. So let's take a look at what they mean. So you've got basically 4 assurance domains there. So the context, the societal context, that was that description we just went through. Now, then we have student growth and achievement. And if you take a look at the left of that chart where it says student growth and achievement, all of those measures are for student growth and achievement. So student learning engagement, citizenship, 3-year high school completion, 5-year high school completion, PAT acceptable, PAT excellence, diploma acceptable, and diploma excellence. Those are all measures of student growth and achievement. Teaching and learn and leading, there's one growth of one measure, and that's the education quality. That is a survey measure, and that survey measure goes to parents and to staff. Then there's for learning supports, there's 2 measures: welcoming, caring, respectful, and safe learning environments. That's a survey measure, and access to supports and services is a survey measure. And Tyler.
Just a quick question on the boxes over here for achievement, improvement, and overall. Is that just like pre-populated by Alberta Ed, or where like?
Yeah,
who's
this is
making
all,
the
this chart's
determinations?
from Alberta Education. And so this chart is what Alberta Education puts on extranet for us
'Cause-
to
Okay, well,
download.
they've got some issues, like under teaching and leading, under education quality, we went up 0.3% over last year, and our improvement has declined significantly.
I know.
That makes no sense.
I'm going to agree with you.
I assume they're going off the previous 3-year average.
Yes, they're doing the previous 3-year
But-
average. It's actually very
Even at that, it's,
confusing. And so, for example, when you take a look, and also what's confusing is some have what's called measure evaluations and some don't. So the measure evaluations where you've got you're talking about the achievement, improvement, and overall, right? And so so for example, for the PATs and the diplomas, there are not any measure evaluations there because, of course, you had too many years without measures in a row, if I'm making sense. And the same thing as the welcoming, respectful, and safe. They changed. That's why you don't have a previous 3-year average. They changed the wording in some of the questions and added in new questions, and so they considered it a new measure. So they don't give it a measure evaluation until it's had 3 years in a row of the same question.
Yeah, well, over time, I guess
Yeah.
we'll get back to that. But even like if you look under the FNMI report, the 5-year high school completion, it went up from 58 to 70, and it says we're very low, which depending who you're comparing to, because compared to Alberta, we're over 2% higher. So somehow we're very low, and it's an issue, but we're actually higher than the provincial average. So again, doesn't make any sense with the things they're putting in there. So I'd send them a note, just say, hey.
I do every
Doesn't
year,
make a lot of
Tyler,
sense,
because
okay.
this hasn't made a lot of, and from my lens, the measure evaluation part to me with the colors is misleading and inaccurate. That's just my opinion. They do it using a sort of a statistical analysis with a correlation coefficient, and so it's, as you say, it defies sort of common sense sometimes, because even though you may have gone up in 1 year, you actually get as if you've declined. And so I like, personally, I think that the data is really what's important for us to make good decisions about and for us to focus on. And so certainly, even meeting with the schools over the last couple weeks when we're taking a look at their results reports, is that idea of what did it look like last year? What did PATs, diplomas look like 3 years ago? Where are we at now? And what are we going to use for good benchmark measures moving into the future, right? Especially for PATs and diplomas with that 2-year gap. And the PATs and diplomas were June only. There weren't diplomas in January. And so a really skewed outcome for that. And we are required to include our First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And even though we don't use the term First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, we use Indigenous. That's what the province, that's the provincial chart, and that's what the province calls that, and then English second language. So sorry, Craig, I didn't see your hand.
Well, are they basing the colored boxes on the 3-year average?
Yes, they are.
Because it would show that we're below the 5-year high school completion. We're below the provincial average on a 3-year basis. We had significant improvement last year, but overall. And the other thing is I think we kind of saw that coming in citizenship because when we looked at the insurance plan last year, there was a big difference between what students considered citizenship and what parents and teachers considered, like a 20% gap. And so that might be something that we need as a governance, is to look, why is there such a gap between how teachers and parents view citizenship versus students? And that would indicate why we've declined, because students are.
And that's the same this year, Craig. And so certainly the schools do have that as a piece of their plans,
Okay,
right? In
thank
terms of and you know, trying to develop an understanding of how do kids define
Right.
citizenship, right? And if one thing happens to them, or if, and so so they're drilling, because you're right, there is a gap there.
Okay, thank you.
So those are your measures, and we do separate. So we've got some areas to work on. Certainly, we've got some celebrations, and that's what this report does. Is it breaks it down and says, you know, here's what we're noticing, and here's some things we need to do. And so, you know, citizenship, that's not a surprise. We saw that, and especially because it's the 3-year average. We saw that coming, and certainly an area, and it's a good benchmark moving forward to see, okay, post-COVID, where are we going to go with this citizenship piece, and are the strategies that schools are putting in place successful? And that's in some of our other areas. The education quality doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Actually, still quite a high measure for, especially during over COVID, and yet we've got it ranked as an issue, but it's high relative to the rest of the province. But nonetheless, it's important for us to take a look at, you know, because it was higher, you know, 3 years ago. And so we need to take a look at, you know, what's our baseline and how do we improve. So it's all about, you know, how do we have improvements over time. And so if you take a look, the domain student growth and achievement, I'm not going to read that to you. That gives some context and some background and some things that we're doing in the division in that area. And then you've got, it keeps scrolling, because then you got a ton of information in charts. And so I'm not going to go through that, but of course this is access, the public has this, as does the board. And so certainly, and I know this, you have this ahead, and if you've got questions specific to an area, that's great, or you might the next board meeting as well. And so certainly what that does is it separates out the different subjects, and as well as the diploma subjects. And so let's make sure we all understand. We do have to report. We're required. This is the first year, by the way, we're required to separate and report our First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and our ESL. And I don't know if I agree with that. I know there's a lot of divisions who don't agree with that, and I don't particularly agree with it either. So we've got our authority. A means acceptable. So in other words, how many students pass the test? That's acceptable. That's the percentage of students who pass the test. That's not the percentage that got on the test. That's the percentage of students who pass the test. E is standard of excellence. The percentage of students who received 80% and above. So a score of excellence. Now, it's not that simple necessarily with provincial achievement tests, because they use what's called a cut score, and that can move around a little bit because they use anchor questions and they have a cut score, but I don't want to get complicated. It's usually around 80%, give or take a few percentages. Diplomas, it's always 80%. They don't do a cut score in diploma exams. It's always 80% to achieve the standard of excellence. And so what you have there is the 5-year, what's happened over the course of 5 years, and of course, the 2 of those years interrupted. Certainly, across a number of areas, you'll see a marked drop in performance, and certainly that's the case across the province. And so what this does give us is really good information for, you know, where do we see the most marked drop? There are some areas to celebrate as well in terms of our accomplishments. And 2022 truly will be a good benchmark year for, you know, how we grow, because we do have, and schools are talking about, learning loss that's happened. So grade 6 next year, for example, will be an interesting year, because to assume, I mean, I've given that we have to give targets that we're going to improve, but this, I think, next year will be one of the most difficult years our grade 6 teachers have ever had. But, you know, certainly we'll move forward and we'll see what happens with those kinds of things as we move forward. Are there any questions for me? Okay. Then if we keep going, we've got high school completion. So it's a graph, so we can keep going. There we go. And so our high school completion certainly is something to celebrate for sure. The graphs are there, so you can see the trend for 3-year, 4-year, and 5-year. And so certainly, we've improved in that area. And I don't like to get overconfident. It doesn't take much to tip high school completion the other way. And so certainly I know that schools work really hard and put it as a priority. And again, we've got our Fast Forward program. We've got Victoria Park. Our schools do a lot of things to try to have schools have individuals complete school. And it's interesting, of course, because you've got actually a significant number of students who that 4-year is really important to them. We don't have much more complete in the 5 years, you can see, right? But certainly between the 3-year and 4-year is important for our students. And we've got our Indigenous students below that, and the graphs in terms of, and we've had some good improvement there as well. And then I also have, if you keep going past Indigenous, we've got the English second language. That's an interesting group, right? As you can see, that chart our graphs bounce around a little bit there. And so we zoomed up from 2019 to 2020 for 3-year, 5-year, and 4-year. It was a great year because you have to remember what we have is smaller numbers. So again, just like our Indigenous and our ESL, and that's why I'm not necessarily a big fan of them having these separated, because they're smaller population. Whenever you have a smaller number in statistics, it really bounces around a lot more depending upon that particular group of students. But so I think we're doing well. I think we can be proud of our completion rates with our English second language. But we've come up over time. We're still certainly at what I would call a higher rate than we were 5 years ago. But again, sort of that caution of, and we've had a number of new students moving in, and our school's working really hard to keep those kids in school. And so the evaluation piece basically talks about, so that's the so what part. So what are you doing? What are you doing to get better in those areas? And so the evaluation talks about keeping, a lot about the high school graduation, keeping kids in school with off campus, making sure that we've got a breadth of programs that fill the needs of students. We've got access to a breadth of career services highlighted on our website. I talk about the dual credit pathway that we're starting to try to get a partnership with Lethbridge College and other school jurisdictions for pathways, job shadow, and so forth. And so, and then of course there's the high school English language learners, high school completion pieces there, and strategies that are being focused on. So we've got our LFS classrooms in the middle and high school, integration of our elementary age kids. LFS stands for limited formal schooling. So those are the students that come in at secondary age that don't have formal schooling background. We've got the high school completion for Indigenous students, and we've seen really good improvement there, of course, with having our Indigenous grad coaches in place is starting to make a difference there as well. And so now I'm skipping to dropout rate. There we go. And of course, if you've got good high school, then that means you simultaneously have a pretty good dropout rate. And so you can see that that's improved as well. And that's broken out. So it's the dropout rate and return rate. So actually the return rate is as important as the dropout rate, because return rate means they're coming back. So they've been gone and they're coming back. And so certainly so when we take a look at the returning rate in 2021 was 16, whereas in that was the return rate, and it was 10 in 2017. But again, these are such small numbers, the dropouts and the returns, that, there's always certain special circumstance that can happen, that there's a bunch of kids come back or a bunch of kids leave. Citizenship, I think that, we take a look, as Craig has pointed out, we certainly have, a gap between what our students are thinking and what our parents are thinking and what our staff are thinking. And so that's an area of interest and one certainly to explore in terms of how are people, even grade fours, take this survey as well. What do they think citizenship is? Did COVID have an impact? And parents haven't been in the school necessarily to see what's happening, but certainly they're the ones who know their kids and know their kids best in terms of what's happening. So there's strategies in place for that. Student learning engagement is there. It's a new measure. That's why it doesn't have color. And the student learning engagement in last year overall was 83, this year 83.8, so about the same. So certainly learning engagement is important, and learning engagement is what we're trying to do with thinking classrooms, is what we're trying to do with universal design for learning, because you have to engage students for them to learn. And so, of course, similar to what like you'll notice, students have a way different idea of being engaged than our parents and our teacher. That's the gap we're trying to close with thinking classrooms, with making sure that we're doing universal, like that all kids feel that they have access to that curriculum, that they're engaged in that curriculum, that they're engaged in school. And so, because that's just like the citizenship piece, and part of this is why we're having some student roundtables. What is it the kids are thinking? And I put in there as well, if you keep scrolling, I've talked to you before that we do our school survey. Our school survey is through a company called Learning Bar. A number of school jurisdictions across Canada use this survey. I like it, and our schools like it, because it measures a lot of the non-academic pieces of our school population. And so this gives us good insight into some of those non-academic. So I pulled from that survey some pieces that have to do with, that would be linked to engagement, right? So these are things that affect engagement. So students that value schooling. So I've got 4, 5, 6 all the way to 12. What happens? Right. And so that gives us really good information. Students who are interested and motivated. It's interesting because what's most interesting to me with this is that our middle schools, who offer the greatest breadth of options and different things to do and all of that, like it drops down, and actually they're they're the ones who are most significantly below the Canadian average. The lime green is the Canadian average. Like it drops, but then across Canada it drops, which of course that's the norm. That's normal. And we all know that once they reach adolescence and then into young men and women, that that whole interest motivation changes. They've got a bigger world to think about and look at. But we certainly have that interesting drop in middle school. So things for us to think about and look at. And then if you go to the next page, to lifelong learning, it's encouraging to see that those are high measures. Certainly our schools have been focusing on the concept of lifelong learning, and we've got sort of the parent and the teacher perspective there. And then I've given measures that link directly to lifelong learning before. So lifelong expectations for success. So in other words, do students go to school expect, I can do this? Do they have that level of efficacy? I can succeed, I can do this, and I'm going to put effort into it. I can succeed, I can do this, and effort. Those have to do with lifelong learning. In other words, I care about learning because I think I can do it, and I expect that I can do it, and I'm going to put effort in to make sure that that happens. And you see that same as the others with effort piece. You'll see that the dip at the middle school level there, which is interesting and something for us to think about as well. The positive learning climate is important because, all right, I think I can do it. I'm confident I can do it. I'm going to put in a lot of effort, but it will only happen if the student's in a positive learning climate. In other words, I'm in a place where I can make it happen. I'm in a place where I can learn and I can progress the way that I need to progress. And so we're just slightly below Canadian norms there. Grade 12, it's like they are in a place that they want to be in, clearly. And then there's evaluation on that. And then if we keep going, we get to education quality. Here's the one Tyler pointed out as, okay, we're rated high, but we declined significantly, and it's an issue. So that's, of course, interesting. But again, we've got that, and what's interesting, this doesn't have doesn't have the same gap as as the between the parent and the student. I have to get a water.
Just looking at I'm going back to the drop in students valuing schooling outcomes and students interested and motivated in that drop from grade 6 to grade 7. Do you think that there's correlation between, I mean, here grade 6, it's new, it's middle school, it's exciting. And there seems to be this mindset that grades don't matter, right, in middle school. So what do you think is the correlation of that mindset? And is there too much, this is not me saying grades don't matter, but is there too much of an emphasis on what grade are you getting rather than just building that core passion in students about just the efficacy of learning? Do you know what I'm saying?
That is a really good, that's a very good question, right? And are those expectations parent-based, school-based? Yeah, and how do we work on that? I think our first step there is understanding what the students are thinking, right? In terms of that, and because if they're feeling like if their perception is I'm not trying as hard as I should, well, maybe is that because we don't set a high enough standard for them to reach? Is that because we don't make it so that it's rigorous enough, right? Because I think there's all kinds of reasons for that. It might basically they might be thinking I don't have to put in an effort. I don't know, and or there's a number of different reasons, and so I think it's you're right. It's understanding what they're thinking. This is a really good point. So if we keep going to education quality, again, yeah, we're there. We've got, certainly some overall high. We've got parents. Again, I was mentioning there's not as big a gap between the parents and students, right? Because students are obviously thinking they're in pretty good places at 82.6. Teachers have the highest rating, but that would make sense. That's the way it is with the province as well, because it makes sense because you're the one there, and of course you're the one most intimate with the context that you're teaching in, and parents overall when you take a look are pretty, for being through 2 years of COVID, actually the parents gave our schools, that's actually shows confidence in our schools. When I see parents at 86 in 2022, and they were 84 in 2018, so certainly that's. Parents are confident that the schools are good places, have good quality education for their children, which is good to see. Programs to study high all the way through. In other words, what's the breadth of programs of study that our students are being offered in schools? And of course, this is more of an issue once you get out to more rural areas where students may not have opportunity for the kinds of programs that our students do in terms of fine arts and languages and CTS courses and those kinds of things. And then local component accountability. So we have to basically, in this area, I have to talk about, and how are you making sure that you have staff that are meeting the teaching quality standard? and administrators meeting the leadership quality standards. So that addresses that, and then we'll keep going. Welcoming, caring, respectful, and safe. Again, they changed some wording and some questions, so that looks a little bit different. But we've got our safe and caring schools have dropped a little bit from last year, and so certainly that's a concern to some of our schools, even though we don't have the red color yet, but certainly we want to see that going up this year. We're hopeful that the change in context and the lifting of some restriction, those kinds of things make things look good for students. And then if we keep going, access to supports and services, that was a new measure in 2021. And basically what it's asking is if that students have access to the appropriate source supports and services at school. And so it's and what's interesting, of course, parents own 72.3%, which is relatively low, really. But then the question is, because parents weren't in schools. I mean, I'm not sure that. Well, maybe, and did we really have the time to make sure parents knew what supports and services were in place? And so that's something we have to work. And maybe they still don't. Certainly, something we need to work on. In terms of awareness of supports and services. And we have had declining supports and services. We have. And that's just the honest truth. I mean, we've got more students who need supports and services, and we have less supports and services. We've got less supports and services from the health community, and that's one of the realities that we face. And so it'll be interesting to watch that measure for sure and think about creative ways of how we're going to address that. There's a section there with Indigenous learning. It's not that long. It gives a few highlights, but we do have, as you saw in May, there is a distinct Indigenous learning plan that is linked to and attached to our assurance plan. Then we've got the governance domain. And in that domain is parental involvement is the one measure there. And certainly we've got a significant decline because it went from, 89 in 2018, and now we're at 75.2. So that's a significant decline and not a surprise. But, certainly a good benchmark, however, because now this year we don't have those. And I know schools are working really hard at making sure that they've got events and communication going out to parents. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like for the next year. Craig.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. Are we, and this is the big question, can we get back to that pre-COVID date, or are we going to have parents that are going to be very leery of coming into the school for another couple of years? Because that's the bottom line about parent involvement.
It is, and listening to schools talk about the parents and the turnout of parents, record numbers of turnout of parents at all events. I mean, I think it was who were talking. Fairbairn was talking about standing room only. They couldn't even fit the parents in all of the school events. That because parents are just so hot. It's like you took something away for 2 years, and now I'm getting something back. And the turnout at least things that I've been to have been record numbers. And so that's a really good question. So we'll see what that turns out with actually the survey piece.
And I know with a couple of the school councils that they were amazed at how many more parents. I mean, it might only be 4 or 5, but instead of 6 parents, it's now 11 parents at the school council. So, but it'll be interesting to track that over a period.
It will be, and whether that peaks and then and so certainly the events where parents get to come and be with their kids, it's from what I've seen is record numbers, and what principals are telling us is record numbers. So, and that's really encouraging because parents just simply want to be where they can celebrate with their kids in different events. And so if we keep going, you've got all of the other requirements at the end. Local component summary, financial results. Should we invite Avis back in and go through this all over again? I'm just kidding. It gets inserted in here. So we'll keep going through the financial because you've had all of that. Then we've got stakeholder engagement pieces. That's the links and what we do. And then if we keep going, we've got our whistleblower accountability. If we keep going, scrolling down, if we had any whistleblower, we didn't. And then, of course, all of the website links and how to get more information. And from here, Garrett, if you remember, we're going to do sort of that 2-pager leaflet that will go out with our summary, and that this will be put with board approval. This will be put on our website, as will a 2-page summary, and will be sent a copy. The link will be sent to Alberta Education. Any questions?
Is that under board chair? Is that a division phone number?
Yes, that's a division phone number.
Okay. I'm like, okay.
We're not going to put we don't typically put a cell phone number on.
Perfect. Just making sure it just looked different than all of our other division numbers.
No, because that's the main number. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just know the main number as the 5301. The original number. Perfect. From back in the day. Okay.
Yep. We don't have any cell phone numbers up. Do we, Allison?
That's clerk's number. Perfect.
No, that's division office number. Any questions for me?
So definitely a lot of information. And I know that in our board package this time, we've had a lot of information. I know you said that we can certainly bring back and have further discussion in regards to some of the areas where there are those concerns. I know that this year that your staff and our staff are working on those pieces. This is also something that when we're doing our board strategic planning, we look at these pieces. So it is a piece that we bring back as a board to have us look at what difference we can make. It makes a difference in our strategic planning, in our budgeting. So when you go home and review your stuff again, you can certainly bring it back because there was a lot of information in this whole board package. So don't just put it on the back table. Take a look, review it again. I know in previous year we were given a binder with all of the schools. Is that something that we'll still be getting?
when the we will make a binder with the school plans. We're just in the middle of our meetings now, so when we're done, we'll make sure that we give you a binder with their plans and their results reports, right? Okay. So that you've got both their plan and their results reports together, so that you can see that. And I agree with Alison, like this, this will be something that will be, between now and March, because you'll have, this is really good information for that, as well as your town hall and other data that we gather. But certainly, don't hesitate. If you've got questions, just bring them. You can email me, you can phone me, or you can bring them back to a board meeting, whatever strategy you'd like to use.
And I know I've certainly been approached by some parents when they're having their school council conversations, and allow them and remind them that the school council table is a great place to be having those conversations with their principal and with other parents to talk about that impact at their school council. So once we do have those for our schools, make sure you're at least reading your schools before you're going out to those meetings, and then make sure that by March you're reading all of them so that you have an idea. And it's that bedtime reading that we need to just make sure that we're having good discussion when we're looking at these. And I appreciate all the work that the division is doing, because there certainly are some areas that we need focus on. And it's good to hear that the continuous work is going on, right? To figure out those pieces around the citizenship and the difference between the parents and the teachers' marks, or the students and the teachers. So just really continuing that work is really important. So thank you for going through that with us in depth. Christina.
The phone number is actually wrong. It goes to an inspector, to like a building inspector. Yeah, it might just be an old carryover number. It need to be updated. If you Google the number,
the phone number looks so. Garrett will have to change that.
Maybe just double check the phone number.
Maybe we better double check all the numbers. I've never paid attention, to be honest. They've probably been like that forever.
I just knew it looked really odd.
It might just be a carryover from like before. So
another year. Yeah. No, to me, it just looked really odd. And I was like, okay, I better just.
Well, let's check all those phone numbers, Garrett, because they all should be division office phone numbers. And actually, they should all be the, should be Christine Lee's office, my office, and the board chair should be my office. So in other words, Kristen's number should be Kristen's number, and. Correct.
Okay.
Thanks for checking.
Perfect. So next we're going to move on to 8.4, which is policy review. Oh, we need to approve it. Sorry. So Christine, go ahead.
I move that the board approve the 2021-2022 assurance results report as presented. As presented. What's not?
Excellent. Any further discussion? Okay, and those in favor? And that's carried. So now we are moving on to policy review. So I am, you or Cheryl or, okay, sounds good.
So I will combine policy review with the minutes or the report. And so all of us know that we have an ad hoc committee consisting of myself, Jenny Steed, Allison Purcell, and Superintendent Cheryl Gilmore. If you read that, you'll see that some of these are carryover. But the major thing is 606.4, we've changed the name. And we also recommend that this policy be a procedure because it really deals with it, administration. It doesn't. And 605.2, we recommend the policy committee recommends the policy be removed because we don't really do that anymore, do we?
Right, and I can speak to the second one. So the inclusive learning supports out of division placements. I'm just gonna be real honest. I don't know how it ever got to be a policy in the first place. That's just being honest,
Yeah.
and it doesn't make sense that it's a policy. What it's doing is it's basically saying the division will put whatever amount of money out of cost for if that parent wants to take their kid to some other services outside of the division. And so it is certainly not a policy I would suggest that the board maintain, and because certainly it's one that is not in keeping with what would be practice anywhere in this province, and so that's certainly not a commitment that a board would ever want to make a commitment to. And then, yeah, the institutional schools really, yeah, that's administration.
Yeah. So I move that the board adopt the revisions to the policy as presented by the Policy Advisory Committee or as amended, which if you look, this is recommending that we send this policy to a procedure and that the policy, the other one, 605.2, be removed.
So you need to remove the.
Oh, two did,
And
okay.
I
you're
think
not
you need
going to say
two
as
different motions?
amended.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it wouldn't be amended. I think you need two motions. So the first would say that policy 606.4 institutional schools be removed as a policy and be adopted as a procedure.
Okay.
Okay, so that is the motion on the floor. And Tyler.
Is the new procedure still going to be worded this way?
No, then what will happen is I'll roll up my sleeves and go to work and write the procedure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's, yeah, I would.
I would agree there,
Otherwise,
work
I would
needs
have
to be done.
changed the first sentence, but if it's going to be changed anyway, I'll
Work
just leave
needs to
it.
be done to the procedure. Yeah.
And same with the placement of where you're going to put it. They need to figure that piece out. So, okay. So that is the motion on the floor. Any further discussion? And those in favor? And that's carried.
And now recommend to the board that we remove the policy 605.2, inclusive learning supports out of division placements.
Any further discussion on that? And those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. So just so you know that this is what the Policy Advisory Committee was great about looking at our kind of new way to just go, is there something that stands out that is an absolute, it's not going to, cause concern or question, it just makes sense that this is what we're going to do. So this is what you'll see from Policy Advisory Committee coming forward. In the future, you'll still see some policies with changes, but then you'll also see where it's something that is obvious that it either needs to be removed or it's obvious that it needs to be a procedure, that those are going to come forward, and that will start our process of changing some of the policies or acknowledging the pieces that need to change. So thank you to the Policy Advisory Committee for all the work that they've done. The next, I have election of, it's 8.5, election of the ASBA Zone 6 representatives. So at the October Zone 6 meeting, I was elected as the Zone 6 director. So with that, at our zone meeting, I'm unable to be the the division representative. So we need to have a new division representative for the zone as well as an alternative. So currently our trustee Craig Whitehead holds the position of alternative representative, and he has attended, I believe, almost every meeting over the last year. So he's definitely well aware of what's happening in the zone. So I certainly would put forward that we need to make a decision here today of who our representative and alternate is going to be. And I certainly would recommend that we look at Craig in continuing his commitment to ASBA Zone 6 and then look for another representative as well. So I open it up for nominations or suggestions. Go ahead, Craig.
I would certainly take on that as the position of ASBA rep for our division.
Thank you. Any further suggestions? Christine?
I'd be willing to sit as the rep, as I'll be at all the meetings as well. So as your rep for our PSBA, I wouldn't mind doing ASBA, or I can also sit as the, I've lost it.
Alternate.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. And are there others that are interested in either the alternate or the representative? Okay, so we have both that are interested in rep or alternate. So I guess we would need to go to vote on that. Do we need to do that in? That's okay. Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you both for, and just the reminder that all trustees, whether you're the representative or not, are welcome to attend. And it's great to have that representation from our board at that. So on the paper, what we'll do is write the name that you would like for the representative. So on your ballot, Craig and Andrea, on your ballot, you're going to write the name that you would like as the representative. This is at the organizational meeting that we normally do this. No, the zone elected me. The other boards. It's not good for me to be both, so. Thank you. So the representative for the division will be Craig and the alternate for the division will be Christine. So thank you for both of you for taking on those roles.
And I look forward to working with you, Christine, especially helping you
yes.
with the
and a motion to can I have a motion to destroy the ballots? Christine, and all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Perfect. Next is division highlights, such a great part of the day. So who would like to go first? And just a reminder that this is a couple of quick items of what you've noticed or seen in our division that you'd like to highlight at this time. Craig, go ahead.
I'll start off. I've been away quite a bit, but I was able to drop off a book at both Galbraith, Westminster, and Senator Joyce Fairburn from when I won at the October general meeting of PSBAA. And so that was a highlight for me, is just being able to drop that off. I was able to do a lot of meetings on Teams, and so I'm back for a month and a half anyway. So anyway, that's my.
Excellent, thank you. Who would like to go next? Christina?
And just want to congratulate the school council at Agnes Davidson for their turkey bingo, where I got to call bingo, and it was super fun, and people had a
Did you
great
just say
time.
you got to call bingo?
Yeah, it was great.
Sweet. Oh, I wanted to come watch that.
And they just did a great job and worked really hard on it. So
excellent. Thank you. Jenny?
I had the pleasure of attending the opening banquet for the volleyball provincial championships that were hosted by Winston Churchill, and they had both their boys and girls teams playing. And I got the pleasure of listening to, I can't remember her first name, Casey Bosch, and listening to her share an inspiring story, and also the pleasure of seeing the sportsmanship of our teams as well as the teams that were being hosted. And it really was a pleasure to see our rising generation acting in such a dedicated and respectful manner.
Thank you. Tyler? Okay, Christine?
A couple things. I was able to take in Churchill's Murder in the Air at Sterndale Bennett, and I saw the Midnight Crew, and they did a phenomenal job. It was hilarious, and it was a choose your own adventure end. And so at the intermission, the audience had to vote who they thought was the murderer, and the one with the most votes was the murderer. And so this crew had to memorize 8 different endings. So I was so impressed with their acting ability, and it was just fun to be there. So well done, students and team. I was able to attend with Christine Lee the Coalbanks pumpkin carving. That was a lot of fun to see families just gathered and carving their pumpkins at the end of October and just enjoying being together. So Christine and I got to serve ice cream there. That was a lot of fun to connect with parents and families. And then I was able to take in the Remembrance Day ceremony at General Stewart. And I learned a lot about General Stewart and just the community and just the surrounding area and the history of the school. So it was really great to be there.
Thank you. Andrea?
I'm just happy now with everything that I've had going on to have gotten to my 4th school council meeting. So I've gotten to all 4 of my schools now. So that made me really happy. And so I got to attend the Emmanuel Christian Elementary School Council. And I love it when the teachers come and share highlights of their grade. And the little grade 1ers were working on shining a light in the world. And they had gone door to door and put cards into people's mailboxes. And that was wonderful. And I look forward to getting out to Christmas concerts and things happening in December. So
excellent. Thank you. So I was able to attend a number of school councils. Of course, it's always great to hear the wonderful things at schools. I also was able to attend the Remembrance Day ceremony at Park Meadows, and it was wonderful. They also had in their gym all the artwork from the students and all the different projects that they worked on in regards to remembrance. And it was just great to be able to see that. And then in going to a number of schools, as well as talking to trustees, just would like to share an appreciation to our support staff and the hard work that they're doing. I know we're 3 months into the school year, and they've been putting up with a lot in our schools, and just with lots of illness and lots of the work that they do as we go into 3 months of school. And so just want to share our appreciation as a board for our support staff and the hard work that they're doing in our schools. So thank you to them. Craig.
Oh, I might have missed it because I was on the computer for our October meeting. Did we put down on the calendar, and I might have missed it, because I'm not good at the computers. Anyway, did we put down that Winston Churchill was hosting the 4A provincials? Or the 3A provincials?
I don't think.
So, yeah, that would be one that maybe we should just make sure that if there's a sporting event that was being hosted, that we get it on there. So,
Good idea.
thank you.
Thanks. So next we'll move on to the board chair report. So the first item there is the community conversations, and those dates are highlighted there. And December 8th is our next one at the Y. And just a reminder that to share that at your school council meetings, and that it is a great opportunity at the Y, especially with all the space, that children are welcome, students are welcome to come with their parents or to come and chat with trustees. And then with the next two items, I would like, neither of them are urgent items or things that we need to do today. So I would actually like to table those to our December meeting for the City of Lethbridge budget discussion and the Remembrance Day wreaths, if we're okay to do that. Perfect. And then moving on to 10.2 is the school Christmas events. So there is a nice chart in there for everybody. And lots of events. Our division schools represent through their winter celebrations, Christmas celebrations, many different events there. Feel free to go to the ones that you have that you're representing as well. You're welcome to notify and go to the other events as well that are on there. So, and thank you to all the schools for all their hard work, because I know it's not just here's an evening. It takes a lot of work to be able to offer those times and a lot of effort from our students. So thank you. And next is Policy Advisory Committee. Craig. Perfect. Thank you. Any questions for Craig? Nope. And then Audit Committee, the report is there. And I know that we just went over all our audit stuff. So I don't think that there's any further questions. So one thing that I...
Oh, sure. Make looking at money fun.
Yeah. And then just one highlight in the report there is that the risk management matrix that will be coming forward at a later date to the board. So we'll be watching for that at a future December meeting. Okay, sounds good.
That might be something we could discuss at a committee of the whole too, couldn't we? Okay, so in camera, but yeah. Okay, so that was an interesting part of our audit committee.
Perfect, and we'll hear about that. Okay, so next is Division School Council. Jenny.
Thank you. Okay, so Division School Council, let's see if I'm on my right notes. Yep. The public education portion was an area of discussion for fundraising activities and sharing different ideas, which is nice for the division to be able to share with each other different fundraising ideas and systems for doing that. So that's a beneficial discussion that I think is appreciated to have had. We highlighted the Lego challenge and are trying to get awareness out about that and word on that. A fun way for students to just be engaged with their school environment and to showcase their talents. So we also discussed, there was a discussion for parent learning sessions with some discussion about tentative topics. So Cheryl is working with the reps and the school councils to determine hosting a blanket ceremony that would be an entire evening event. So we talked about different ideas for that. Also, the school cash online was discussed in an effort to gain understanding on how that works. Their Galbraith expressed their concern that they are not allowed to use school cash online for anything other than school fees and to pay directly through another website. So we'll work. Okay, perfect, perfect. And that kind of gives us a good summary of the school council meeting. Any questions? Okay.
I'm just wondering on your date. So I think the meeting was November 7th, and then it also was not 2021. Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, that's
Just
the top,
checking.
it's correct, not under the thing. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's us proofreading as well.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so moving on is Community Engagement Committee, and that's, do you have any highlights from that?
I think the most important thing is we're making a big change to the ICE scholarship. So previously it's been a breakfast that we have hosted, and due to COVID, we've been unable to host that breakfast. And so after 2 years of not hosting the breakfast, it was reconsidered, and Garrett and Christine Lee came up with an idea they presented for a new approach. And so that was a welcome suggestion and further developed in conversation at our committee meeting. And so what has come out of that is we are going to be having a showcase. Sorry. So Garrett and Christine had an idea of doing a showcase, and we are inviting, instead of having a speaker, because it wasn't there's a cost associated with the speaker, and it wasn't always accessed heavily. And so instead, we thought people might have a greater interest in seeing the students and in what they're doing. And so we're going to showcase the students and the projects or ideas or what it is that they're presenting to us. And so we're inviting our donors to come and to see what is being done in our division and the innovation of our students. And we are going to put together a video and feature those who have donated to us and honor them for that. We've also decided to award them with a plaque that they can put up at their place of business that demonstrates their support to our division and its students. Oh, that's awesome. So we're excited for the new approach. It's going to be held on March 9th. Am I
March
remembering?
7th
March 7th.
at 7 p.m.
March 7th at 7 p.m. over in the theater at Chinook High School. And so we're going to serve light snacks and have the opportunity to mingle and to talk to kids. And it's going to be a good event. I think we're excited for that. So other than that, we talked a little bit about town hall. I want to say city hall. Town hall, and the date is set for that. And so we are trying to get the word out to parents so that they're thinking ahead and being involved and engaged. So make sure to mention that at your parent council meetings. Yeah.
Thank you.
And LCIG.
Perfect. And just talk about it at your school council meetings. And lots of people still don't know what it is. They still don't understand what it is. So talk about it.
I think a key there to remember is that a lot of parents are used to it being at Vic Park. So just keep in mind that when you're talking about it, to highlight that it is changed to the LCI. Yes, it's close by, so you're in the area. Oh, there'll be signs. Oh, yeah.
Because it's close by.
Small gym.
Yep.
Had to arm wrestle Wayne for that, but
You got it. Perfect. Good.
There you go.
So yeah, so when you're sharing it, just remind people that it is at a different location. So our last report is our PSBA Council report that is there for you, that was handed out. Is there anything quick you'd like to add on that, Craig? Your mic's not on, sorry.
To be impartial and to, and we continue to invite all parties on an equal basis and would set up what is allowed and what isn't allowed. I guess there was some problems at the June meeting with a certain individual. Here's one thing that we need to do as a board. We need to review the 2023 to 2028 draft strategic plan and get back concerns, comments, or suggestions to Troy Tate by Friday, January 27th. So that's something that we can put on our committee of the whole or part of the board meeting. And also just encourage everyone, this is free and it's given by the University of Alberta and it's Indigenous Canada course. And if you don't want the certificate, it's a free, every part, and it's set up in different modules. I would encourage everyone. The other thing is, if you have a school that would like to see the Indigenous map of Canada, it's available free of charge. We just have to pay for the transportation. But I'll tell you, if you put it down in here, it would cover from this table to the end of that table. And like, it is amazing. And to see all of the different Indigenous groups. And we've changed some of our board. The dates are now not Wednesday to Friday, but Thursday and Friday only. And so that's, and we had an online, again, I find that this meeting is very valuable. It's a great time to, and you get to sit with different boards. And I've learned some things about all of the boards, and they've, and it's, again, very valuable as far as advocacy, finding out what's happening on a little more intimate discussion than at ASBA, because then ASBA has all of the 61 boards. And so I submit that, and hopefully, oh, and the other thing is I gave everyone one of these. They have a contest for photos. So if,
Yep, and our division has already posted that and it's on social media already.
good.
So thank you to
So-
Garrett for that.
that's my report. And again,
Perfect.
they have great speakers and great PD.
Thank you. Tyler?
Are we able to access those meetings online, or are they only in person? Like the
No, it's a
PSP?
hybrid.
Is it?
Yeah, you can access it on as a hybrid system too.
Okay.
And I will make sure that the next meeting I can send out everyone the link.
Like, okay. Thanks.
Thank you. So, and then there's the 2 invitations there that was sent out to Nathan and to Shannon. And at this point, I believe we need to move into camera for a couple of minutes. So is there somebody that would like to move us into camera? Craig? And those in favor? And that's carried.